Night settles slowly over the quiet world, the way silt settles through still water, softly, patiently, layer upon layer. And somewhere in that drifting silence, beneath the weight of cities and rivers, and the comforting illusion that the ground beneath us is fixed, something ancient stirs. Not a creature, not a prophecy, a memory. The old stories say the world you know, this world of concrete streets, bright screens and warm electric light, is only the most recent layer. Beneath your feet lie the bones of older worlds, forgotten worlds, worlds swallowed not by time alone, but by something heavier, thicker, darker. Mud. Not the gentle mud of a rainy afternoon, but a vast, choking earth that settled with the weight of centuries in a single breath. A burial as quiet as sleep, yet as absolute as nightfall. Some believe the mud was only sediment. Some say it was only the slow rise of streets or the careless accumulation of centuries. But the myths, those soft, persistent voices carried through thousands of years, tell a different story. They speak of worlds drowned, lands reshaped, civilizations erased so completely that only the newest layers remain visible. They whisper that the past is not a line, but a palimpsest, a manuscript written again and again on the same fading page. And the mud is the ink that hides the earlier drafts. Tonight, you drift through those draft pages, through the layers beneath your feet, through memories older than memory, through the quiet suspicion that the world has been rebuilt more than once, each time rising from the burial of the last. If you're listening to fall asleep, breathe slowly. Let the night settle. Let your thoughts sink gently downward, like silt through water. Imagine yourself standing in a quiet street, maybe a city you know, maybe a city you've never seen. The lamps cast their soft glow across the pavement. The windows reflect the slow pulse of passing headlights. Everything feels stable. But as you look closer, something subtle unsettles you. A row of windows half buried below the ground. A doorway filled in with earth. The suggestion of a forgotten level beneath what you think is the first floor. You step closer. That buried window, now at your knees, was once eye level for someone. The bricked-up doorway once opened onto a street that no longer exists. The past isn't beneath ground level because time has passed. It's beneath ground level because the ground itself has risen. Where did the earth come from? Why does it sit so evenly, like a blanket cast across continents? Why does the same pattern appear in city after city, separated by oceans, centuries, cultures that never met? No one knows. At least, not officially. But the old stories know. The ones told around fires before cities rose. The ones carved into stone before stone was swallowed. The ones spoken by ancestors whose names are long forgotten, but whose memories echo quietly through the layers of mud that buried their world. They speak of resets, not endings, but renewals. Moments when the world shed its skin, covering the old with mud and water before allowing the new to rise above. Some say it happened once. Some say it happened many times. Some say it will happen again. And so you continue walking, down a narrow street, under a sky turning slowly from indigo to black. The city around you hums with the muffled life of night. Distant traffic, footsteps echoing off stone, a train rumbling deep beneath the surface. You stop at a building that leans just slightly, as though remembering the weight of something pressing against it long ago. Its lower windows are half filled with packed earth. A faint trace of mud stains the stone. You crouch and brush your fingers against the cool surface. You feel the story there, not in words, but in pressure. The building was older than the mud, but the mud was faster than the stones. It came quietly. It came suddenly. It came everywhere. Cities drowned not in water, but in earth. The myths framed the event as a flood, but not a flood of rivers, not a flood of seas, a flood of soil, a rain of land. Some cultures say it fell from the sky like ash. Others say it rose from the earth like breath. Some say it arrived after a shaking of the world. Others say it followed a silence so deep even the animals refused to move. But the memory is always the same. The mud buried everything. You stand again. The night air feels heavier, as if mirroring the weight of the past. The streetlights flicker slightly, as though the electricity remembers being rooted in a ground that was once far lower. The myths invite you deeper, past the quiet facades of modern life, past the assumptions you didn't know you carried, into the possibility that the ground beneath you holds more history than any book can hold. Imagine walking through the older version of this same street. Imagine the voices of a world before your world, the sound of wheels rolling over cobblestones, the smell of hearth smoke drifting through open windows, the footsteps of people who lived through something immense, something that made them look over their shoulders again and again, wondering when the ground itself might rise. They felt it coming, or so the stories say. They watched the horizon darken, not with storm clouds, but with something thicker, stranger. The air tasted of earth. The sky dimmed without rain, and people gathered their belongings, believing they were fleeing a storm. But storms pass. Mud does not. As you stand there in the quiet night, you feel the strange unease of knowing that your city stands atop another city, and that city stands atop another still, and beneath that, yet another. A stack of forgotten worlds, layered like sedimentary stone. The mud did not choose its victims. It moved as a single gentle force, wide as landscapes, slow enough to be survivable, fast enough to erase. And survivors walked out, into a world that looked nothing like the one they had known. A world where rivers had changed course, where coastlines had shifted, where forests had vanished under layers of silt, where their old cities lay buried beneath their feet. Nothing remained except stories. Stories that became myths. Myths that became whispers. Whispers that became warnings. Warnings that you now hear as you walk through the quiet city night. You feel them in the stillness. In the architecture that doesn't quite match the ground. In the strange sense that the world you know is only the surface. The mud was not only earth, it was time. It was consequence. It was the reset that no civilization wanted, but every civilization remembered. Tonight, you drift gently through those memories, through the forgotten cities and the buried streets, through the layers of silt that carried stories across thousands of years. And as the night deepens, the myths begin to open. Slowly, like a door half buried beneath the mud, you step through it, and the descent begins. You walk deeper into the night, guided by an instinct older than logic. Something in you sensing that beneath the familiar world lies a tapestry woven from forgotten epochs. A quiet breeze moves along the street and carries with it a faint scent you can't quite place. Something earthy, something ancient, something like rain-soaked soil disturbed after centuries of stillness. It reminds you of excavation sites you've never visited, of ruins you've never seen, of civilizations you've only heard whispers about. The air feels heavy with memory, as though the city around you is only pretending to be modern, while its foundations hum with stories older than its stones. As you turn a corner, the street narrows, the walls close in. The lamps cast long, thin shadows that stretch like fingers toward the earth. And there, half hidden beneath layers of uneven pavement, you notice a set of stone steps leading down. Not into a basement, not into a shop, but into the soil itself. Steps that should not be there. Steps belonging to a world buried long before anyone alive today was born. They descend only a short distance before vanishing into packed earth, a staircase swallowed whole. The stones are smooth with age, but the earth that engulfs them looks different. Not loose soil, not rubble, but compacted mud, hardened like clay, as though it settled here in a single, heavy breath. You crouch down, brush your fingertips along the edge of the buried steps. The surface is cold, but the mud carries a strange warmth, like something that once held heat for a very long time. You feel a faint texture, not random clumps, not natural erosion, but a smoothness suggesting that this mud was once in motion. The myths described this sensation. They said the earth itself flowed, not like lava, not like water, something in between. A thick, unstoppable tide that moved quietly across the land, filling valleys, covering streets, burying cities with a strange gentleness, as if the world was tucking its past into a blanket of earth. Some legends say the mud came after a shaking of the world, when mountains exhaled dust and plains hardened under a strange sky. Others speak of enormous rains that turned soil into a vast, creeping river. Some describe a time when the skies dimmed for days, as if the sun had drifted behind a curtain. In one culture's ancient telling, the mud arrived after the sky cracked. Another says it came when the pillars of the horizon trembled. Others speak of a falling earth, as though the world itself shed its skin. Different words, same memory, a reset. You rise, stepping back from the buried staircase. The air feels heavier again, as though these stories have weight, real weight, pressing against the present moment. You begin walking once more, guided by the quiet hum of the night. Far above you, the moon hangs low, softened by thin clouds drifting like sleep. The city breathes. You hear distant traffic, muffled and slow, like waves brushing against shorelines that have shifted countless times across history. You listen closer, letting the ambient sounds fade, making room for the whispers of the past. You imagine the world just before the mud came. The people, their cities, their music, their fires burning against a twilight sky. They lived unaware of the approaching burial. No warnings, no prophecies carved into walls. Only small signs, unnoticed until it was too late. A low hum in the earth beneath their feet. A strange heaviness in the air. An odd stillness in the animals. Water turning opaque. Rivers running slower. A faint tremor that passed so gently people thought they imagined it. And then, a morning unlike any other. The sky, a dull grey. A smell of wet clay. A silence so deep the world felt hollow. Some say the mud arrived with the first rainfall. Others say it moved like a living thing across the ground. Some say it fell from the sky in sheets. Others claim it surged upward from the earth, as though the soil itself sighed. It swallowed everything quietly. Not violent, not sudden, but inevitable. Wooden homes softened and vanished. Stone walls grew shorter day by day. Towers became stumps. Streets became trenches. Doorways became windows. Windows became memories. All replaced by a layer of mud so uniform across continents that only mythology could explain it. You walk past an old church now. Its foundation is lower than the street, as if it sank. But you know better. The ground rose. The mud layered itself upward like pages in a forgotten book. Inside, candlelight flickers behind stained glass. A soft glow spills across the stone. You step closer and peer through the window. The candles illuminate arches heavy with centuries of dust and incense. The light dances across ancient carvings, once made by hands who never knew the world would be buried. You close your eyes, that moment, listening to the faint hum from within, the quiet echo of hymns sung long before your birth. The scent of old stone, wax, and age drifts gently outward. For a moment, you feel the weight of time wrap around you like a cloak. This church, like countless others, stands atop older foundations. Foundations once opened to a world that no longer exists. What lies beneath it now is not just earth, but memory, layered, compressed, breathing softly through the ground. You step away from the window and continue down the street. A light mist begins to fall. It carries a faint earthy scent, like water brushing ancient soil. And as it settles on your skin, a soft shiver passes through you. The kind that comes when you realize the stories you dismissed as myth may be closer to history than imagination. The old cultures knew what mud meant. They recorded it in carvings, hymns, and oral traditions. They spoke of a time when the earth reset itself, when civilizations were weighted down by the very land they once shaped, when people walked away from buried homes, believing the past had sunk forever. But the mud did more than erase. It preserved. It sealed the worlds beneath it, protected them, froze them in time. And so in forgotten pockets of soil beneath countless modern cities lies a record of who came before. Houses, streets, tools, art, the very fingerprints of people whose stories the world no longer speaks. The mud hid them from destruction. It hid them from memory. It hid them from history. You pause at a narrow alleyway. Its walls lean inward like old companions. The ground here dips slightly, and you see another buried entrance, a doorway that leads nowhere. The bricks are packed with hardened mud, as if the earth pressed against them with gentle insistence. You imagine the people who once walked through that doorway, their laughter, their rituals, their fears when the ground began to rise, their footsteps as they fled, or stayed, or watched helplessly as the world they built disappeared under layers of silent earth. You walk further into the night. The city feels quieter now, as though holding its breath. And suddenly you remember another myth, one whispered in the mountains of the Caucasus. It spoke of a time when the horizon fell, when the rivers choked, when the world closed its eyes under a blanket of clay. Another story from the Andes says the mud came before dawn. They said people woke to darkness not because the sun did not rise, but because the light could not pierce the veil that hung between earth and sky. In Siberia, legends say the mud was alive, that it crawled across the land with a slow animal patience, filling valleys, swallowing trees so silently that the forest seemed to sink without sound. In the Near East, they said the mud was a warning, that something in the heavens had fallen, stirring the land in ways no one had seen before. Different languages, different continents, different ages, same story. A world buried by its own soil. You find yourself near a river now. Its surface reflects the moon with a soft shimmer. The water moves calmly, obediently, as though unaware of its ancient violence. Rivers were the first to change when the mud came. Their paths twisted, their banks vanished, their beds rose. Their tributaries forgot their way. Whole landscapes rearranged themselves. Imagine waking one morning to find the river you relied upon has moved miles away. Not dried, not diverted, but lifted by a blanket of earth so thick you cannot reach it anymore. Imagine climbing hills that did not exist the night before. Imagine searching for a horizon that shifted overnight. Imagine rebuilding a life on land that remembers too much. You breathe slowly, feeling the weight of that ancient transformation. Not destruction, not punishment, but reset. Civilizations rose again, new cities built upon old ones, new stories layered upon fading memories, new myths shaped by the quiet truth buried beneath them. The mud did not end humanity. It changed humanity. It forced new beginnings, new migrations, new calendars, new ways of seeing the world. Tonight, as you follow the river's edge, the city's lights fading behind you, the myths begin to align. Their fragments connect like constellations across a night sky, revealing a shape you hadn't noticed before. A pattern, a cycle, a rhythm of the earth itself. And at the center of that rhythm lies a question older than any civilization. Why do all the stories agree? Why do cultures that never met describe a burial of the world? Why does the earth itself hold the same layers of sudden mud across continents? What event could have been so vast, so quiet, so absolute? You pause beside the river, listening to its soft motion. The answer does not arrive as a declaration. It arrives as a sensation, a feeling. The feeling that you are standing on the very latest page of an ancient book. And beneath you lie the earlier chapters, sealed, silent, waiting. The night deepens. The river whispers. The ancient world stirs. And you begin to hear the next story forming, quietly, patiently, waiting beneath the mud. You walk along the river until the city thins behind you, its hum fading into the distance like a memory retreating into sleep. The air grows colder, the night deepens, and the water, dark as obsidian, carries a faint reflection of scattered lights still trembling on the surface. Somewhere far beneath the riverbed, beneath layers of silt and stone, there are ruins, places where the old world once breathed. Homes, market stalls, wells, the footprints of a civilization that vanished under the quiet weight of mud. The river shifts slightly, as if adjusting to an old habit. You watch the currents move with gentle insistence, tracing patterns carved by centuries of drift. The surface seems calm, but beneath it lies a story older than language, one the water remembers even if the world does not. Legends say rivers are the keepers of memory. They carry the stories of lands long buried. They whisper them to those who walk beside them at night. If you listen carefully, you feel the faint echo of a time when this river flowed in another direction, when it carved a path through a landscape now smothered under layers of earth. The river changed its course after the mud arrived, as though trying to find its way around something newly risen. The ancients spoke of rivers forgetting themselves, wandering through unfamiliar paths, as if the world had rearranged its bones beneath them. Entire deltas shifted, marshes dried and reformed, valleys became hills. Hills vanished under layers of heavy silt. You close your eyes and imagine the old world returning for a moment, just enough to glimpse what once was. Stone bridges now hidden, mills now buried, paths trodden by feet long forgotten, villages erased without violence, not conquered, not burned, simply covered, buried gently by the earth's own hand. The river continues its slow journey, and you walk beside it, feeling as though each step brings you closer, not to a destination, but to a memory rising from the mud like an exhale. In the distance, you see the faint silhouette of an ancient stone structure, weathered, abandoned, half sunk into the ground. Its arches sag, its walls lean, its windows stare at the water with hollow, resigned patience. Structures like this are the earth's confession, proof that the world did not always look the way it does now, evidence of a past drowned in silence. You approach the building. Moss clings to the stone like aging inscriptions. Vines slip through the cracks, their tendrils reaching as though searching for the world that once stood above them. The building rests at a strange angle, half submerged, half exposed, like a relic caught mid-descent into the earth. You step closer and notice a carving near the entrance. The symbol is crude, weathered beyond clarity, but it resembles a spiral. Ancient cultures carved spirals to mark transitions, endings, beginnings, cycles, resets. A spiral is not destruction. It is return. It is repetition. It is the shape of the world remembering itself. Inside the ruin, the air is cooler. The darkness feels thicker, calmer, as though the walls store centuries of quiet. Dust dances in the faint moonlight, filtering through cracks in the roof. The floor dips unevenly, where the mud once pressed itself against the stones. You run your hand along the inner wall. The stone is smooth in some places, rough in others, as though shaped by both craftsmanship and burial. You feel the story in the texture, a rise, a fall, a swallowing, a silence. Civilizations do not vanish easily, yet here is the proof that some did. Some say the mud was the earth healing itself. Some say it was the sky shedding a layer. Some say it was the consequence of forces humanity cannot name. Whatever the cause, the effect was the same. The old world was tucked away, sealed beneath a blanket of time. You leave the ruin and continue walking along the riverbank. The mist thickens. It curls around your ankles, drifts across the path, clinging to the air like a memory reluctant to fade. Somewhere above, the moon glows through the haze, softened into a pale blur. It feels like a lantern guiding you downward, not toward danger, but toward understanding. Along the bank, you find another buried remnant, a stone pillar carved with faint lines in a script you cannot read. The top of the pillar barely reaches your waist, but you recognize what it is. It was once a marker, tall enough to be seen from a distance. Now it is only the last fragment still visible. The rest lies beneath the mud. You kneel beside it, brushing away dry soil. The carved lines form patterns, shapes resembling flowing water, rising hills, twisting paths. And at the center, a symbol like an eye half closed. Ancient eyes were not symbols of surveillance or fear. They represented awareness, witness, memory. This pillar was not simply a boundary marker. It was a reminder for a people who knew the earth had its own cycles, its own moods, its own ways of swallowing the past and shaping the future. You rise slowly, feeling the weight of subtle truth settling over you. Not as fear, but as a calm recognition that the world beneath your feet is deeper than the world above it. The mud's burial was not a single event. It was a pattern repeated across ages, each civilization rising higher than the one under it, because the ground itself was already full. If you could dig straight down beneath nearly any city on Earth, you would find history stacked like pages. stories pressed together, sealed in layers of earth and forgotten breath. Some legends speak of entire cities preserved perfectly beneath the mud. Walls intact, furnaces still holding ash, jars still sealed, tools still arranged on shelves. Homes waiting as if the people simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. In Siberia, legends describe buried forests standing upright beneath the soil. Trees frozen in time, roots still gripping earth that once knew sunlight. In Europe, whispers tell of stairways that descend into a darkness where old rooms still wait, filled with pottery, carvings, woven cloth that should have disintegrated centuries ago. In the Middle East, ancient texts describe shadow cities beneath the desert, settlements drowned by a flood of earth rather than water. In South America, stories say the mountains once shook off their skin, covering entire valleys in a wave of soil and stone. Different words, different landscapes, same phenomenon. It all returns to the buried world. You keep walking. The river bends. The path narrows. And the trees on either side seem to lean toward you, their branches whispering in the faint breeze like a chorus of quiet ancestors. You pass beneath them, feeling as though you are crossing a threshold. From the world you know, into the world you have only glimpsed in dreams. A clearing opens. The mist pulls back. And before you stands a mound of earth, broad and sloping, covered in grass that moves gently in the breeze. To anyone else it looks like a simple hill, but you know enough now to recognize its shape, its curves, its unnatural symmetry. This is no hill. This is a roof, a buried building, a forgotten structure sealed beneath ages of mud. You climb the slope slowly, feeling the soft give of the grass beneath your feet. When you reach the top, you stand still, listening. There is no wind, no birds, no river sound, only a faint hum, so faint you might mistake it for your heartbeat. Legends say the old cities hum, not with machines, not with spirits, but with memory. You kneel at the crest of the mound, place your palm against the ground, and close your eyes. The earth feels alive, charged, heavy with stories. You see it, not with your eyes, but with the imagination the myths have awakened. The building before it was buried, people moving in and out, voices echoing through stone halls, lamps burning with warm flame, tools clinking on wooden tables, water running through narrow channels hand-carved by forgotten craftsmen. A whole world asleep beneath the earth, a world that did not crumble, it was simply buried, softly, completely. You rise again, feeling the quiet around you deepen. You sense that there is something else, another layer still waiting, another forgotten truth the old myths began to hint at long before historians noticed the pattern. The mud buried civilizations, but the myths imply it buried more than that. It buried knowledge, memory, events the world was not meant to forget, yet somehow did. You continue walking, feeling the gravity of that unanswered question pulling you deeper into the night. The path narrows again, leading toward a line of trees silhouetted against the sky. Their shapes are ancient, twisted, as though sculpted by centuries of wind carrying the dust of buried worlds. You step into the darkness beneath their branches, and somewhere beyond the trees, the next mystery begins waiting for you. Quiet, patient, buried like everything else. You step beneath the trees, and the world grows quieter. Quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the night itself is holding its breath. The branches arch above you like the ribs of some ancient cathedral, their silhouettes trembling gently against the faint glow of the moon. The forest floor is soft, layered with leaves that crumble underfoot like the pages of forgotten books. Every myth you've heard so far seems to hover between the branches, every whisper of buried cities, every fragment of stories left behind by civilizations swallowed whole. The air carries them like dust, suspended, waiting. The trees feel older here, older than the cities you walk through, older than the stories themselves. Their roots dive deep into the earth, down into layers where human hands once built homes now sealed in darkness. Those roots coil through history, twisting around broken pottery, shattered stone, rusted tools, all swallowed and preserved by the slow breath of time. You walk deeper into the forest, following a path that seems to form beneath your feet. Not a real path, but a suggestion of one. a faint depression in the soil, a darker line of fallen leaves, an instinct guiding your steps. And then you see it. At first it looks like a simple rise in the ground, another mound like the one near the river. But as your eyes adjust, you notice the slope is too smooth, too symmetrical. The earth's curve matches no natural hill. It's the shape of something beneath, something with angles and edges softened only by time. You step closer. Half buried beneath moss and soil is a stone wall, its surface cracked and worn, but unmistakably shaped by human hands. The wall is part of a structure, large, deliberate, forgotten. You brush away a thin layer of moss with your fingertips, revealing intricate carvings, tiny spirals, faint patterns, symbols eroded into abstraction. These designs feel familiar, as though they echo the pillar you saw beside the river, the spiral carved near the ancient ruin, the symbols hinted at in the stories of countless cultures that spoke of the world's burial. This building was not abandoned, it was submerged. Buried by a force so consistent, so uniform, that its roof lies just below the forest floor, as though nature draped a blanket over it and whispered, "Sleep." You walk along the structure, tracing its contours. The ground dips slightly where the stone has sunk deeper. The forest feels warm, sheltered, wrapped around the ruin protectively, as though it has been keeping this place hidden for centuries. Legends tell of forests that grew atop forgotten cities, their roots taking hold in the remains of rooftops and courtyards, their trunks rising through halls that once echoed with voices. Some say the trees remember what they grew over, that their branches hold the memory of the world before the mud. The wind shifts, carrying a scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like old workings of a civilization swallowed whole. You inhale slowly, letting the scent settle in your lungs. It feels like breathing history. You come to a corner of the structure where the earth is cracked just enough to reveal a narrow opening. Not large enough to enter, but wide enough to glimpse darkness inside. The darkness is not empty. It feels dense, layered, filled with the weight of centuries. You can almost feel the rooms below, halls packed tightly with the silence of burial. Some say the buried cities still hold air trapped inside, still hold objects preserved as though sealed in time, still hold the final moment before the mud descended. Through the opening you imagine a room, walls lined with shelves, pottery still intact, the last embers of a fire extinguished by earth so gently that even the ashes never scattered. You step back, letting the image fade gently. This ruin is only one among millions, because the mud didn't fall on one region, it settled across continents. The ancient accounts say it traveled with the quiet certainty of a tide, not rushed, not violent, just unstoppable. You leave the buried structure behind, letting the forest reclaim its quiet. As you walk, the trees seem to part slightly, guiding you toward another clearing deeper in the woods. The air feels warmer here, as though the earth below radiates a memory so strong it influences the temperature above. In the clearing, the ground dips sharply in a circle, too even to be natural. As you step to the edge, you recognize what it might be. The sunken remains of an amphitheater, a place where people once gathered, a place where voices once rose in song or ceremony. Now, only the outline remains. Shallow ridges where carved stone seats once stood, now filled with earth and roots. The center of the amphitheater dips deeper, like a bowl made of time. You step down the slope slowly, your feet sinking slightly into the soft earth. At the center, the ground feels different, firmer, almost hollow. You crouch down, place your hand on the soil, and feel a faint vibration. Perhaps it's the wind. Perhaps it's the echo of animals moving nearby. Or perhaps, as some legends say, the old cities hum with a resonance the living can still sense, if they listen closely enough. Many cultures speak of buried places that sing in the night, though the songs are not made of sound. They're made of memory, of pressure, of the way earth holds the presence of what came before. You sit there for a moment, letting the quiet envelop you. The forest is still, the air is heavy, the night feels timeless. You imagine the amphitheater before the burial, lanterns hung from wooden beams, flickering flames casting warm gold across carved stone, voices rising in unison, music humming through the night air, laughter, footsteps, cloth rustling, the scent of cooked food drifting through the stands. all of it buried beneath your feet. Some say the mud came during a performance, that the audience fled as the earth swallowed their world. Others claim the amphitheater was empty, a relic already forgotten when the mud settled over it. But all the stories agree on one thing: the world was not destroyed. It was buried, quietly, absolutely. You rise from the center of the amphitheater, brushing soil from your hands. The path ahead pulls you forward like a gentle current. As you walk, the forest begins to thin. The trees space out, their silhouettes tall and solemn. In the gaps between their trunks, you begin to see shapes, large, looming shapes that don't belong to the forest. As you step closer, the moonlight reveals the outlines of ancient stone columns half submerged in the earth. They are enormous, too large for simple dwellings, too ornate for mere fortifications. These were pillars of monuments, temples, halls of gathering, structures built by hands that believed their world would stand forever. But nothing stands forever under the patience of mud. The columns are angled, tilted, sunken into the soil like the ribs of a fallen giant. The carvings on their surfaces have been softened by time, but you can still trace faint lines, symbols, scenes, geometric shapes, telling stories no one alive today can read. You walk between them slowly, reverently. The ground shifts beneath your feet, soft and uneven, as though the earth is still adjusting to the weight of the ruin it holds. In the moonlight, the pillars cast long shadows across the ground. You stand between them, the shadows stretching away like the fingers of history reaching for the present. You feel small here, not insignificant, just aware. Aware that the world has rewritten itself many times. Aware that civilizations rise not on empty land, but on the bones of earlier civilizations. Aware that every city is only temporarily above the surface. A breeze moves through the pillars, carrying a faint, earthy smell. For a moment, it feels like the breath of the buried world. The myths say that whenever the earth resets, it doesn't forget what it buried. It keeps the memories intact. It preserves them under pressure. It waits. And sometimes, on nights like this, those memories reach upward. You take one last look at the pillars before continuing along the path. The forest behind you quiets. The night grows still again. The horizon opens ahead like a blank page. But you know the next chapter is not blank. It lies just beneath the surface, waiting for you to uncover it, waiting to teach you what happened after the mud rose, and what the ancients feared might rise again. The forest thins until the trees no longer press close around you. Their silhouettes retreat into the darkness behind you, like silent sentinels, watching your steps with ancient patience. Ahead, the landscape opens into a wide, gentle valley, dimly lit by the pale wash of moonlight. At first, the valley looks unremarkable, a quiet hollow carved by time. But as you walk farther, the ground begins to shift beneath your feet. Not enough to startle, just enough to suggest that the earth here is layered differently, heavier, older. You pause, feeling the subtle give of soil that once rested atop something vast, something structured, something intentional. The myths speak of valleys like this. They say some hollows are not hollows at all, but collapsed ceilings of cities that once stood beneath the surface. According to those ancient stories, entire underground networks were not built as refuges. They were simply the upper floors of buildings the mud did not spare. You walk toward the shallow dip in the earth. The air feels warmer here, almost humid, carrying the scent of grass and old stone mingled together. The wind drifts across the valley floor with a sound like breath slipping through narrow corridors. You kneel and touch the soil. It crumbles easily, soft with organic life. But beneath that softness, you feel something harder, a flattened layer, smooth and unbroken. Stone. And then another layer beneath that, and another. Stacked histories. You let your hands linger over the ground. It feels like resting your palm on the spine of a closed book. A book so heavy that only time can turn its pages. The valley stretches deeper ahead, and as you descend into it, the soil becomes even softer. You see odd shapes emerging, slight mounds, curved slopes, ridges that look far too symmetrical to be natural. And then you realize what they are. Roofs. Not of houses, not small, not simple. roofs of enormous structures, their uppermost points barely brushing against the world you now walk through. Everything else lies buried. Your breath catches slightly, not in fear, but in a strange awe that feels like remembering something you've never seen. You walk along the ridge of one buried roof. The ground beneath it dips slightly, suggesting internal chambers still intact under the weight of centuries. You imagine rooms sealed in darkness, their walls holding murals, scriptures, tools and stories that would rewrite what modern history claims to know. In the myths, they say the mud acted like a time capsule, not destructive, preservative. Civilizations didn't vanish. They were preserved, accidentally, mysteriously, completely. You imagine the people of that era waking up to the first wave of earth rising up their walls, the ground trembling softly, dust falling like snow, the air growing thick with the scent of soil, their voices echoing in rooms that were slowly narrowing day by day. Some fled upward, some hid, some waited. All watched as their world was swallowed. You continue across the ridge. The sky above seems bigger here, as though the buried city is pulling your mind downward, creating a strange contrast between what is hidden and what is infinite. Far in the distance, a faint glow catches your eye. Not artificial, but natural. A shimmer caused by moonlight reflecting off a body of water you did not realize was there. You walk toward it. A small lake rests at the center of the valley, its surface so still it appears as a piece of glass placed atop the earth. As you approach, you notice the shape of the shoreline. It curves in sharp angles, unnatural, geometric. You realize the lake did not form naturally. It filled the courtyard of a buried complex. The water is shallow near the edges. You step close enough to see that beneath the clear surface lies stone, a tiled floor. The pattern is faint, blurred by sediment, but you can still make out shapes carved into the tiles. Spirals, circles, flowing lines representing cycles and resets. The stories spoke of these places, courtyards designed around symbols of renewal. They were built to remind the people that the earth was cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that nothing stands forever. Perhaps they knew what was coming. You crouch by the water's edge and dip your fingers into the lake. The temperature surprises you. It's warm, comfortably warm, as though the earth beneath still holds heat from a time long gone. Ripples drift outward from your touch, spreading across the lake in concentric rings. You watch them travel, soft and slow, until they reach the far edge and gently kiss the grass. For a moment you simply sit there, listening to the faint stir of life around the water. A frog croaks softly. An insect buzzes past. Grass rustles with small creatures moving unseen. And beneath it all, you feel the hum again, the same subdued resonance you felt at the amphitheater. It vibrates through the ground, through the water, through your bones. Some ancient cultures believed the earth itself hummed when it remembered something. They said buried cities still pulse with the energy of the lives once lived within them. They said that if you sit still enough, if your breathing matches the rhythm of the night, you can hear flashes of the past. You close your eyes. The hum becomes a little clearer. Not louder, clearer. Like a memory sharpening as you drift into a half-dream. You see shadows moving through an open courtyard, torches burning, stone walls rising on all sides, a sky untouched by smog or steel. People walking in robes, their silhouettes tall and graceful, their voices soft, their steps deliberate, their eyes fixed on the horizon as if waiting for something. You see the first tremor hit, a shake so light most ignored it. A bowl rattled, a jug tipped, a dog barked confused. Then, silence. You see dust rising in pillars along the distant mountains, like breath escaping from the earth itself. You see people gathering their children, their possessions. You see wise elders watching the horizon darken. And then, you see the mud. It moves like a slow tide, thick, heavy, relentless. Not a wave, not a rush, just a steady, endless creeping of earth. People walk backward as the mud rises. They climb stairs to the upper floors, but the mud climbs too. And as the vision fades gently, you open your eyes. The lake is calm again. The hum softens, and you feel as though you have witnessed something sacred, something rarely remembered. You stand, brushing soil from your hands. The valley seems different now, less like a place on a map, more like a living memory, half asleep beneath the weight of ages. As you move away from the lake, the ground rises into a series of gentle terraces. They look natural at first, but their symmetry betrays them. These were once platforms, walkways, gardens, all buried now, their steps hidden under layers of earth. You ascend one of the terraces. At the top, the view opens wide, revealing a landscape that suddenly makes sense, a buried city, square mile after square mile, all of it under the soil, all of it forgotten by time, all of it preserved beneath the quiet weight of mud. The realization washes over you gently, not as shock but as a slow, calm acceptance. This has happened before, many times, in many places, in many eras. Humanity has risen, humanity has been buried, humanity has risen again, each time forgetting what came before. The mud was not punishment, the mud was not wrath, the mud was not an accident, the mud was a turning of the page, a reset, a quiet reshaping of the world. And beneath the layers of earth, the old stories wait. They do not beg to be uncovered, they simply exist, silent, patient, eternal. As you stand on the terrace, the moon drifts behind a cloud, dimming the world into a deeper shade of blue. The night feels as though it is pausing for you, inviting you to walk further, to discover what lies beyond the buried ruins. A breeze brushes your face, carrying with it a faint scent, stone, earth, damp history. It feels like an invitation. The path downward curves toward another shape in the earth, something large, something almost too large for the valley to hold. You take a slow breath and begin walking toward the next mystery the mud buried long ago. You walk slowly down the slope of the terrace, each step sinking softly into soil that feels warmer than the night air. The ground carries a strange tenderness, as if it remembers the footsteps of those who once walked here, long before the mud reshaped everything. Ahead, the faint outline becomes clearer, a long, curved rise in the earth, too large to be a hill, too smooth to be natural. It stretches like the spine of some ancient structure, graceful, silent, and impossibly wide. As you approach, the moon emerges from behind a drifting cloud, washing the landscape in a pale, silvery light. And there, illuminated beneath the glow, you see what the shape truly is. A dome. Or rather, the top of a dome, the uppermost part of a massive structure, buried almost entirely beneath the earth. Only the crown remains visible, rising like the last breath of a forgotten civilization. The dome is enormous, larger than any modern hall, larger than any temple you've seen. It presses upward against the soil, like a memory refusing to disappear. You step closer. The earth slopes gently upward around the dome's curve, forming a natural bowl. Grass covers most of the surface, but patches of stone peek through, smooth, polished, shaped, not random, not weathered, designed. Your fingertips brush the exposed stone. It's cold, colder than the night, colder than the surrounding earth, as if whatever lies beneath still draws breath from a deeper, older darkness. The myths spoke of such domes, great halls built as gathering places for entire communities. They were centers of learning, worship, council, places where generations met to discuss the rhythms of the world, the turning of seasons, the behavior of the sky. Some legends say these domes were built mathematically perfect, aligned to the stars, constructed with angles that resonated with the movement of time itself. Their architects believed that knowledge should be housed in structures that mirrored the order of the cosmos. But all of them eventually fell under the same fate. Not collapse, not war, not decay, burial. The mud rose until the domes were swallowed, their entrances sealed, their walls pressed by centuries of sediment. Only the tops remained visible in rare cases like this, a quiet reminder of what once stood openly beneath the sun. You walk along the curve of the dome. The moonlight pools along its surface, revealing faint engravings. Most are worn beyond recognition, lines softened into gentle waves by the steady compression of time. But a few remain distinct: spirals, stars, waves, flowing patterns that resemble water, wind, and the gentle rise and fall of the earth. Not decorations, symbols, markings left by a people who understood the cycles of their world with a depth modern civilizations rarely imagine. You kneel beside a segment where the stone has cracked. The fissure reveals layers beneath, not rubble, but hollow space. The dome still holds a chamber below, sealed in silence. You lean closer. The air rising through the crack feels cooler than the night. A stillness clings to it that is almost sacred. You whisper a breath into the gap, and the sound is swallowed instantly. A chamber preserved beneath the mud. You imagine it. Rows of stone benches arranged in a circle. Torches once flickering along the curved walls. Paintings depicting cycles, harvests, floods, stars. Voices speaking softly in a language now forgotten. A room built to witness the changes of the world. And then, silence. Darkness. Mud rising inch by inch until the dome was sealed. Some say these chambers were built with the knowledge of previous resets, that these civilizations believed the world erased itself in cycles, that beneath every era lies another era, layered like the rings of ancient trees. The mud wasn't just an accident. It was expected, prepared for, understood. Perhaps they built the domes knowing the world would bury them. Perhaps they intended their knowledge to survive beneath the earth. Perhaps they hoped that one day, someone like you would pass quietly through the night and feel the memory humming beneath their feet. You place your palm flat on the dome's surface. A faint vibration resonates through your skin. Not mechanical, not alive, just the subtle echo of time pressing outward. You stand and walk around the dome until you find a point where the earth's slope thins enough to reveal an archway. Not open, but pressed flush with the soil. Only the slightest curve of stone marks its presence. A doorway sealed by the weight of centuries. You imagine the people who once passed through this arch, their robes brushing against the stone, their footsteps echoing softly on polished floors, the murmur of voices rising like smoke beneath the high ceiling. They lived their lives, unaware that one day the mud would rise. Or perhaps they knew. Perhaps the domes were their final defiance, a message to the future, built wide enough and tall enough that the earth itself could not ignore their presence. You step away from the dome, letting its enormous silhouette fade back into the valley. The air feels heavier now, but not oppressive. It feels like the presence of history itself, thick, real, gently breathing around you. Ahead, the land begins to slope upward again. The trees grow sparser. The soil becomes firmer. You follow the path, drawn by a quiet instinct, as though the night itself is leading you to the next forgotten place. At the crest of the rise, you pause. Below you lies another depression in the land, a long trench, perfectly straight, too straight to be natural. You descend slowly. The trench walls flare outward, shaped by ancient purpose. When you reach the bottom, you brush your hand against the earth and feel a familiar hardness beneath a thin layer of soil. Stone, but not ordinary stone, smooth stone. Polished, aligned in slabs. This was a road now buried by centuries of earth. A road that once connected the Great Dome to other structures, now hidden entirely beneath the valley. Your fingers trace the faint seam where two stones meet. Their alignment is precise, more precise than modern roads built with machines and lasers. This road was crafted by a civilization that understood engineering with a quiet, almost sacred mastery. You follow the road. Grass whispers against your ankles. The air grows calm. The night stretches its arms, vast and silent above you. After a while, the trench widens. The ground slopes downward into a larger depression, not random but structured. You step into it and immediately sense what it is. A plaza, buried, almost entirely forgotten, but unmistakable. At its center, A circular stone platform sits just beneath the soil, its edge barely visible. Carvings ring the circumference. Spirals, waves, star patterns, all speaking the same language of cycles and resets. You kneel at the platform's edge and brush away loose soil. The stone beneath is smooth, untouched by erosion, as if it has been waiting. Some legends say these plazas were used during resets, places where people gathered to acknowledge the changing of ages, places where they stood together on the brink of burial, trusting that the earth would one day uncover them again. A civilization that understood endings without fear. You sit quietly at the edge of the plaza. The moon has drifted low, its light dimming as if preparing to sleep. The valley's silence deepens until you hear nothing but your own breath. And beneath it, that faint hum again. A hum rising through the earth. A hum of buried worlds. A hum of memory. You feel it spreading through the plaza beneath you, as though the very stones remember the footsteps, the rituals, the songs of a people who once lived here. You lean back, letting the earth hold your weight. Above you, the stars shimmer softly. Below you, the buried world holds its calm. The mud did not erase them. It preserved them. It sealed their world in stillness. It tucked their stories gently beneath the surface. And now, centuries later, you're walking the edge of those memories, the thin boundary between what the world remembers and what the world buried. You rise slowly. The night feels different now, heavier, quieter, as if the land has more to say. Ahead, another path waits, leading toward a shape you can barely make out in the darkness. A tall shadow rising where no tree should stand. Something ancient, something buried, something waiting. You take a breath and walk toward it. You walk toward the tall shadow rising ahead, watching as its shape slowly sharpens under the thinning moonlight. Each step carries you deeper into the valley, deeper into a quiet that feels less like silence and more like expectation. The air grows still, as though the world around you has paused, waiting for you to reach whatever stands in the darkness. The shape becomes clearer. Not a tree, not a mound, not a ruin swallowed by the forest. It is a monolith, a single stone rising from the earth like a finger pointing toward the sky. Tall, narrow, impossibly smooth, half buried, half revealed. Perfectly vertical, despite the weight of time. You stop a few paces away, letting the moment settle. The monolith carries a presence that feels older than everything you've encountered so far. Older than the dome, older than the plaza, older than the buried city beneath your feet. It feels like the root of the valley itself, the anchor around which everything else once formed. You approach slowly, cautiously, with the reverence of someone stepping into a temple. When you reach the stone, you rest your palm against its surface, cold, smooth, unnaturally smooth. Not the rough grain of sandstone, not the ruggedness of granite. This is something different, something shaped with precision and intent. Your fingers trace faint carvings, barely visible, worn almost to nothing, but still hinting at their original form. Lines that curve like flowing water, patterns that loop like wind, symbols that suggest motion, cycles, transitions. You step to the side. The monolith casts a long shadow behind you, stretching across the valley floor like a doorway into another time. Ancient myths from countless cultures spoke of stones like this, standing stones placed not for worship, not for vanity, but for memory. They were markers, anchors, guides. Some believed monoliths remembered what people forgot. Some believed they stood at the threshold of ages. Some believed they marked the places where the earth reset itself. But one myth in particular returns to you now, whispering through the old stories you've walked tonight. When the mud rises, the stones remain. Not all stones, only the oldest, the tallest, the ones anchored deep into the earth before the burial began. You circle the monolith, moving slowly, taking in its full height. Its apex tilts just slightly, as though bowing under the pressure of centuries. But its foundation holds firm, locked beneath layers of mud. At the base, the soil appears different, darker, denser, pressed tight around the stone in a way that tells a quiet story. The mud didn't bury the monolith by accident. It flowed around it, respecting its shape, its purpose. This stone was meant to be found. You kneel at the base, brushing away loose dirt. The earth is softer here. And beneath the soil, you touch another layer of stone, flat, uniform, a platform. The monolith stands at the center of a buried plaza, larger than the one you saw earlier. A place of gathering, a place of meaning, perhaps the heart of an ancient city. You sit back on your heels, letting the night settle around you. A faint breeze drifts past, stirring the grass at the base of the monolith. It carries with it a scent, familiar now, damp earth, cold stone, the faint trace of something metallic. You rise and lean your forehead gently against the surface of the monolith. The stone is cool, still, immense. And yet, as you stand there, you feel something that is not quite pressure, not quite sound. A subtle vibration, a quiet resonance, a hum rising through the stone. You recognize it instantly. The same hum you felt beneath the amphitheater, the same hum beneath the buried dome, the same hum beneath the ancient courtyard. The buried world is still speaking, not with words, with presence. You step back. The hum fades. The night grows deeper. Behind the monolith, the valley opens into another expanse, a long stretch of earth that slopes gently upward into deeper forest. The path feels older here, as though worn down, not by modern feet, but by footsteps belonging to those who lived before the burial. You follow it. The trees arch overhead. Their trunks twist like silent guardians. The soil beneath your feet becomes firmer, as though transitioning from one layer of history to another. Eventually, you reach a clearing. Broad, flat, quiet. The ground is strangely level, too perfect to be natural. You step across it, and the difference becomes clear. The soil here hides something beneath. Stone arranged in vast, geometric slabs, edges worn, surfaces softened, but unmistakably symmetrical beneath the thin cover of earth. A courtyard, larger than anything you've seen tonight. A heart once busy with life. You stand at the center, letting your eyes adjust to the faint moonlight that spills softly across the buried floor. This place was significant, sacred, orchestrated with precision. The myths say civilizations built their most important structures in places aligned with the movement of the skies. Courtyards like this once held ceremonies marking the passing of seasons, celebrations of renewal before every reset. But tonight, the courtyard holds only silence. Except for one thing. At the far edge, a shape rises from the ground, barely visible, half buried like everything else. You walk toward it. With each step, the shape sharpens until you see what it is. A staircase. Not leading up, leading down. The uppermost steps emerge from the earth like teeth breaking through skin. The rest vanish into soil compacted by centuries. You crouch at the top of the staircase. The stone steps are smooth, perfectly cut, their edges softened by time, but still intact. If the mud hadn't buried them, this staircase would descend into a massive structure beneath the courtyard. Halls, rooms, chambers filled with the artifacts of forgotten people. You trace your fingers along the edge of the first step. The stone is cool, but not lifeless, as if the air below it still breathes slowly. Some myths claim that when the mud came, people sought refuge in the depths of their structures. Some say they survived for days. Some say they never surfaced. Some say they still exist in memory, sealed away like whispers behind stone. You imagine descending these stairs thousands of years ago. The narrow walls, the flicker of oil lamps, the smell of smoke and earth mingled together, families carrying what they could, voices echoing softly in fear and hope. Then the mud arrived, quietly, relentlessly, filling the courtyard, climbing the steps, touching the ceilings, sealing the doors, ending the old world. You rise, brushing the soil from your hands, and step away from the staircase. The night feels heavier now, not oppressive, but full of memory, full of presence, full of stories waiting beneath the surface. You take a slow breath. The air tastes faintly of minerals and ancient dust. Ahead, another shadow stirs. Not a building, not a tree, something larger, something shaped like a ridge stretching across the horizon. You begin walking toward it, drawn by the same quiet pull that has guided you all night. As you approach, the ridge becomes clearer, massive blocks of stone hidden beneath shallow soil, aligned, purposeful, like the ribs of a beast slumbering beneath the earth. A buried wall. But not just any wall. A wall so long it disappears into the darkness on both sides. A wall that once enclosed a great city, its boundary, its protection, its pride. You step closer and touch the stone. It is smooth in some places, rough in others. Ancient carvings appear faintly beneath your fingers, patterns lost to time. This wall is older than the dome, older than the amphitheater, older, perhaps, than every structure you've seen tonight. You walk along its length. The wall curves gently, a perfect arc that once formed a circle around a city now buried entirely beneath the valley. You imagine the city's streets, its markets, its gardens, its towers reaching toward the sky, its people unaware they would one day lie beneath floors of mud. But the wall survives, a single breath of the city, a solitary reminder of what once stood here. The stars above shift slightly, as if the night is turning a page. A faint glow touches the horizon, too weak to be dawn, too steady to be fire. You follow the wall until you reach a place where it dips sharply downward. The earth has shifted here, collapsed perhaps, revealing a deeper section of the wall's interior. You kneel and peer into the narrow gap, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, you see it. A chamber, intact, pressed beneath centuries of earth, filled with the last traces of a forgotten world. Carved reliefs, broken pottery, a doorway leading into deeper darkness. Your breath catches silently. Not fear, recognition. You are looking at history sealed like a fossil, preserved, complete, undisturbed. You rise slowly. The night deepens further. The air grows cooler. The trees whisper softly behind you. And ahead, the valley opens into a final shape, a silhouette so vast it seems to shift with the sky. You take a single step toward it, then another. The next buried mystery waits in the darkness, patient as the mud that once concealed it. You walk toward the silhouette at the far end of the valley, watching as its shape begins to gather definition from the darkness around it. At first, it rises like a distant hill. Then, as the moon slips between clouds, the outline sharpens into something far too deliberate to be natural. Its sides slope in straight lines. Its peak cuts a clean angle against the sky. Its presence pushes at the night, firm and patient. A pyramid. Not towering above the earth, but lying beneath it. Its uppermost tip emerging like the last memory of a world submerged in time. You stop for a moment, letting the realization settle. You have seen monuments before. You have walked along buried walls. You have stood on the roofs of sunken halls. But this structure is different. It is vast. It is ancient. It is intentional. The mud covered it, but could not erase it. No mud ever could. You approach slowly, each footstep muffled by grass that has grown thick where soil accumulated over ages. The earth slopes upward toward the exposed pinnacle of the pyramid. Only the topmost stones are visible, weathered, lichen-covered, softened by centuries of rain and wind. But their precise angles have survived. Their geometry remains. Their presence hums. The myths say pyramids were not merely monuments, they were markers, anchors, stabilizers of the world's memory, placed in the earth to remind the land of its shape through cycles of burial and rebirth. Some cultures believed pyramids outlast resets because they were built according to the same mathematics that govern the sky. Ratios found in constellations, orbits, pulses of time that no mud could ever obscure. You reach the first visible block and rest your hand against it. The stone is cool, but warmer than the monolith. as though it has retained heat, not from the sun, but from the living breath of the world below. You step upward onto the first exposed ledge. The slope is gentle, the angle precise. You stand taller now, your eyes level with the valley below. From this height, you see the buried city differently. The domes, the plazas, the walls, the roads. All pieces of a single ancient world, now sealed beneath a blanket of earth. And this pyramid, this tip, is the highest surviving part of that world. You climb one more layer of stone. Your fingers trace carvings, half visible beneath thin moss. Shapes emerge as you brush the surface lightly. A wave, a spiral, a downward arrow. Symbols of descent, symbols of burial, symbols of reset. They do not speak of catastrophe, they speak of cycles. You sit on the edge of the pyramid's exposed step and let the valley's quiet encompass you. The night is so still that you hear the distant shift of insects in the grass, the soft exhale of wind brushing the exposed stones, the faint hum rising from the earth. A feeling grows within you, not fear, not sadness, not awe alone. Recognition, as though you have visited this place before, not in this life, but in the one remembered by bone and dream. You close your eyes. The stone supports your back. The night breathes its slow rhythm around you, and in the darkness behind your eyelids, a vision unfurls. Not a dream, a memory older than your body. You see the city before the mud came, the pyramid rising above all else, its sides gleaming in morning light, domes reflecting the fire of dawn, courtyards alive with movement, people gathered in circles, listening to elders speak of cycles, of ages, of resets that shape the world's long breath. You see the first shift in the horizon. Not violent, not sudden, just a deep, distant sigh from the earth. The air thickens, birds falter mid-flight, shadows deepen even as the sun remains bright. Then the tremors begin. Soft, almost gentle, but beneath them is a seriousness, the kind that precedes inevitability. People gather on the pyramid steps, their faces solemn but not panicked. They have seen this before. Their ancestors saw it before them. The elders taught them what it meant. The world was resetting. The mud was coming. They descend the steps calmly. Some carry scrolls, some carry tools, some carry nothing at all. They walk into the city's halls, into the structures built deep within the earth. They do not flee. They return. And then the vision fades, like breath dissipating on cold glass. You open your eyes. The night has grown colder, the moon lower, the valley still. You stand, watching as the horizon darkens further. The pyramid beneath your feet feels both alive and asleep, a structure built to endure burial, not resist it. You climb down slowly. The earth receives you with quiet acceptance. As you reach the base, you notice something you missed before. A shallow path winding around the pyramid's side, half hidden beneath grass. You step onto it. The soil is firmer here, as though packed by centuries of use. The path leads downward, curling like a loose spiral. You follow it. Your footsteps fall into the same rhythm that thousands before you once walked. The air grows cooler, the ground steeper, and soon the slope reveals another shape emerging from the soil. An entrance, not entirely exposed, not entirely blocked. Just a darkened arch where the earth is eroded enough to reveal the shadow of a door. You approach it slowly. The arch is small, made of stone that feels ancient even compared to the rest. Their alignment is precise, narrowing into a passage that descends into darkness. You crouch and brush your hand along the curve. Symbols linger there, circles, lines, arrows pointing downward. You realize this was once a ceremonial passage, a path for descent, for entering the world beneath, for stepping into the city before it was buried. The entrance is blocked by earth, but only the upper few feet. Below there is hollow space, deep, unfathomable, still breathing the air of a time forgotten. You place your ear close to the gap, and you hear it, a faint echo, a soft resonance, a distant memory of movement, not voices, not footsteps, just the lingering pulse of a world sealed away. You rise. The entrance feels like a threshold, not meant to be opened, not meant to be ignored. You step back. The valley stretches quietly around you. You walk away from the pyramid, feeling its presence behind you like a guardian watching over the forgotten civilization beneath. Ahead, the land slopes into a new formation, a vast expanse of earth shaped in wide, circular patterns. You feel the gentle tug of curiosity, of memory, of story. And so you keep walking. The next buried truth lies just beyond the curve of the valley, patient, silent, waiting for your steps. You follow the curve of the valley as it bends softly toward the shadowed expanse ahead. The ground under your feet changes again, subtly at first, then unmistakably. The soil grows firmer, the air warms slightly. A faint scent rises from the earth, something mineral and old, like stone that has been sealed away too long and is now tasting the night again. The circular patterns you saw from atop the pyramid become clearer as you approach. They are not random rises in the land. They are rings, huge concentric rings pressed into the valley floor, so wide you can only see their full shape from above. Each ring rises just slightly at the crest, forming gentle ridges that catch the moonlight in thin silver arcs. At first glance, they look like the terraced remains of an ancient agricultural field. But the symmetry is too perfect, the spacing too consistent, the pattern too deliberate. These rings were not carved by plows or shaped by the slow work of weather. They were designed. You step onto the outermost ring. The ground beneath you feels compact, almost stone-like, beneath a thin blanket of soil. You brush your foot lightly across the surface, revealing a smooth, paved layer beneath the dirt. A road, perhaps, but one that curves endlessly inward, forming a massive spiral carved into the earth. A spiral again. You have seen this symbol in so many places tonight, on pillars, on domes, on the buried walls of amphitheaters, on tiles beneath lakes. The spiral is not mere decoration. It is language, a language of cycles, a language of resets, a language that speaks without needing a voice. You walk the curve of the outer ring, following its gentle arc. The ring leads you inward, slowly, patiently, like a guide leading you deeper into understanding. The myths spoke of a place like this, a vast, circular structure built by an ancient civilization to mark the turning of ages. Some cultures called it the Wheel of Earth, others the Memory Circle, and some simply the Rings. They believed this place marked the center of knowledge before each reset. Here, scholars gathered to record the rhythms of the world. Here, elders whispered predictions of cycles repeating. Here, the people prepared for the rising of the mud. You step from the outer ring to the next. This one is narrower, more defined. The soil between its stones has settled differently, tighter, as if the earth has gripped the stones for centuries, refusing to let them shift. As you continue walking, the rings draw you inward. The spiral closes gently around you, guiding you toward the center. The experience feels dreamlike, hypnotic, as though you've stepped into the pattern itself rather than merely across it. The night deepens, the valley quiets. Your footsteps become the only sound. And yet, every so often, you hear the faintest echo, a whisper of something underneath, a hollow resonance, a memory wrapped in stone. You reach the third ring. Its slope is slightly steeper, its surface smoother. At intervals, small raised stones appear, markers perhaps, each etched with symbols now too faded to decipher. You run your fingers over one of them. The stone's surface is cooler than the surrounding air. A chill moves through your hand, up your arm, across your chest. Not frightening, just ancient, like touching the handprint of someone who lived 1,000 lives before yours. You step to the next ring, now close to the center. Here, the soil has thinned enough that the original construction reveals itself more clearly. The stones are huge, fitted with impossible precision. No mortar, no visible joints, just perfectly interlocked blocks, their weight alone keeping them bound across centuries of burial. You pause. Look upward. The stars spin slowly above you. The moon hovers low. The air feels thick, as though time itself hangs in the valley with you. You descend into the final ring. The circle closes around you like a whisper. At its very center lies a sunken depression, shallow, filled with faint glimmers of reflected moonlight. You step inside. The center is a bowl, not large but unmistakably intentional. Its shape smooth and perfect, its edges defined by stones arranged in a subtle curve. You kneel and place your hand on the bowl's surface, and the hum returns. Stronger here, clearer here, rising from beneath the stones, deep and steady. The buried city is speaking again. Some legends claim the central bowl of the rings was a listening place, where people once gathered to hear the voice of the earth. They believed the hum signaled the beginning or end of an age, that when the bowl vibrated, the land was shifting towards something new. You close your eyes, letting the hum settle through your bones. It is faint but unmistakable, like a heartbeat muffled by centuries of silence. As you kneel there, something begins to surface in your mind. Not a vision this time, not an image, a thought, soft, slow, rising like a tide. This place was not built after the last reset. It was built before it, which means the people who built it understood resets were real, which means resets happened more than once, which means the mud did not bury the world by accident. You open your eyes, and now you see it, a subtle truth hidden in plain sight. This spiral is not a monument to the past. It is a message to the future, an instruction, a guide, a reminder that civilization rises and falls in cycles, and that the earth always buries what came before. The bowl at the center is not just a listening place. It is a memory of a world prepared for burial. You rise slowly and step out of the bowl. The rings spread beneath you like the petals of a stone flower. The valley stretches in all directions, dim but immense, its outline shifting gently beneath the moon. You walk up from the rings, back toward the slope, toward the ridge of the valley, and along the way, the ground shifts under your feet, just slightly, enough that you pause. You kneel, brush aside a layer of loose soil, and beneath it, you find something unexpected. A shard of pottery, small, smooth, its surface etched with the same spiral pattern carved into the stones. It is perfect, not broken by time, not worn by erosion. It has waited. You hold it in your palm. The hum beneath the earth seems to soften, as though acknowledging your discovery. And then you notice something else, a subtle rise in the soil ahead. You stand, walk toward it. A mound, but not a natural mound, a buried tower. Its topmost stones form a jagged line beneath the grass. Not a dome this time, not a plaza, not a staircase. A tower built tall enough that even after burial, its higher stones still press against the thin layer of earth above. You approach the tower and rest your hand on the stones. They vibrate gently beneath your fingers. Another echo, another memory. Towers were built for watching, for observing the horizon, for reading the sky. And if this one stands just beneath the surface, it means the people who lived here saw something coming, something huge, something inevitable, something they believed deserved to be recorded in stone, preserved for whoever walked the earth after them. You climb the small rise at the tower's edge. From this height, though the tower is still mostly buried, you see something new. The valley is not random. Its shape is purposeful, geometric, deliberate. The buried city is circular, perfectly circular, a shape favored by civilizations that believed in cycles, in beginnings, in endings, in resets. You breathe slowly, letting the revelation settle. The mud did not choose this place. The people did. They built their city here not to escape cycles, but to witness them, to record them, to endure them. You step down from the mound, your feet finding the path naturally now, as though the valley itself is guiding you. The air grows cooler as you walk. The night grows darker. The hum beneath the earth deepens. You follow the path until it leads toward another shape in the darkness. A long, sloping hill. Not steep, not rough. Soft and gentle. You approach it, and the truth becomes clear. This is not a hill. It is a roof. The roof of a building so vast that its presence shifts the entire valley. You feel the scale of it, the weight, the quiet dignity of a structure built to survive the rising of the mud. You place your hand on the ground, close your eyes, and beneath the earth, you feel space. Open. Vast. A cavern sealed by centuries. A hall. A vault. A memory chamber. Your heart steadies. The night presses close. You step back from the buried roof and lift your eyes toward the stars. Above you, they shimmer in their eternal arcs. Below you, another cosmos sleeps beneath the soil. You stand between two skies, the one above and the one buried below. And the valley waits. The next forgotten truth lies just beyond the slope, hidden beneath the gentle breath of the earth. You walk along the gentle slope of the buried roof, feeling the ground shift subtly with each step, as if the earth is adjusting itself beneath you. The air is cool, but the soil radiates a faint warmth, like breath rising from the chambers below. You pause for a moment and close your eyes. The warmth feels alive, ancient and patient, not the warmth of summer, but the warmth of memory. When you open your eyes again, the valley ahead has softened into a muted landscape of shadows and curves. The moon hangs low, barely clearing the horizon, its light filtered through a thin veil of mist drifting silently across the ground. The mist glides over the buried, structures like a shroud, blurring their shapes, making the earth seem to breathe. You descend the slope slowly, the grass brushing against your ankles. The ground feels thicker here, as though the soil itself remembers the weight of something immense hidden beneath it. The air becomes still. Even the night insects fall silent. Ahead, the land rises again, not sharply but with a wide, sweeping curve. A shape so large it seems to blend into the very structure of the landscape. You take a few steps forward before you recognize it. What you thought was a hill is something else entirely. A wall. But not like the curved wall you encountered earlier. This one is colossal, a straight-line monolith, buried under a thin veil of earth and grass, stretching farther than your eyes can follow in the dark. You walk toward it, your pace slowing with each step as its true scale begins to settle around you. When you reach the base of the buried wall, you place your palm against the ground and feel it, a flat, smooth surface beneath just a few inches of soil. You brush the dirt away gently, revealing stone beneath, dark, polished, impossibly straight. The wall rises from the soil like the backbone of a titanic structure, a remnant of something that was never meant to be hidden. You step back, your chest tightening with a soft, unspoken awe. This was a fortress, or a boundary, or a foundation, something meant to endure. The myths speak of such walls, the lines of the old world, the slumbering foundation, the last rim. They described them as the defining edges of civilizations so vast that later ages mistook them for natural formations. These civilizations built not for decades or centuries, but for ages, long spans of time measured in cycles of the earth, not in the lives of men. You walk along the buried wall, your hand trailing across the earth. The soil trembles softly beneath your fingertips, not with motion, but with memory. The kind of memory that feels like pressure, not sound. You follow the line of the wall until you find a place where the earth has shifted. A fracture, a break in the slope. Through the gap, you see a deeper recess, a vertical plane of stone exposed by erosion. You kneel beside it. The stone is immense, smooth, cold, perfectly carved, and carved into its surface are shapes still partly visible. Lines curving toward a central point, circles nested within circles, a symbol resembling a horizon with something rising behind it. Cycles again, resets again. The languages of the buried world are consistent. You press your ear against the stone. The vibration is faint but real, like a distant echo of movement in a sealed chamber below. You stand and continue walking along the wall. The mist thickens as you move deeper into the valley, swirling softly around your legs. It seems to pull you forward, as though guiding you towards something waiting in the darkness. Eventually, the wall curves away from you, disappearing under a mound of earth. The path before you widens into a long, open expanse, a field of soil so even and level it resembles a floor. You walk across it slowly, your footsteps muffled by the thick grass. And then you feel it, a hollow sound beneath your foot. Very faint, almost imperceptible. You stop, step back, and tap your heel gently against the ground. Hollow. There is something beneath you. You kneel and press your hand against the soil. The surface gives slightly, a thin layer of earth covering something solid. You brush away the grass and dirt until a shape emerges beneath your fingers. A tile. Perfectly square, perfectly fitted, smooth, cold, and carved with a faint spiral pattern identical to the symbols woven throughout the valley. A tiled floor, a chamber ceiling disguised as ground. You stand up, slowly. Your breath fogs in the cool air as the realization settles. You are standing on the roof of a buried hall. A hall so vast, its ceiling stretches farther than you can see in the dark. You walk across the tiled surface carefully. The tiles are stable, but each one carries the weight of centuries. The mist swirls lower now, clinging to your ankles as if tracing the shapes beneath your feet. You pause at a place where several tiles have cracked. Through one narrow fracture, you see nothing but darkness below. A space so deep, it swallows the moonlight completely. A stillness so absolute it feels endless. You lower your face to the crack, listening. Silence. And then, the faintest sound. A soft, steady resonance. Not organic, not mechanical, more like the echo of an open space, a cavern keeping its breath. The myths called these places sleeping halls, places where knowledge was stored, where stone tablets, scrolls, tools, and the last records of the old world were kept safe beneath the earth. Some accounts even suggest the halls were built for a later age, preserved intentionally for those who would eventually walk above them. You rise and look across the valley. The fog thickens, rolling like slow waves across the buried landscape. The night grows quieter still. The valley is a library, every mound a room, every slope a roof, every rise a monument, every hollow a chamber sealed beneath centuries of earth. You walk to the far edge of the tiled expanse. Here, the valley narrows again. The wall rises on one side. On the other, the land dips downward into a steep trench. You stop at the edge and stare into the darkness below. The trench is deep, far deeper than the others you've seen. It seems to split the valley in two, a scar in the earth carved during the burial. You descend carefully, letting your hands brush the soil beside you for balance. As you near the bottom, the air becomes cooler, heavier, thicker with the scent of stone, long hidden from the sky. The trench floor is flat, smooth, paved with stone slabs like the ones above. You kneel and run your fingers along them. Here, the symbols are clearer, preserved, protected by the trench's depth. Spirals, waves, arrows, stars, circles divided like phases of the moon. These carvings speak of an age that understood the rhythm of the earth, not as myth, but as knowledge, as truth. You stand in the trench and look upward. The walls rise around you like the sides of an unfinished canal. If the mud had risen any higher, this place would have been sealed forever. You walk to the far end of the trench. An opening appears in the wall, a dark gap where earth has collapsed, revealing a deeper cavity. You crouch, peer inside. A corridor, perfectly cut, perfectly straight, descending into the earth, not carved after the burial, carved before, leading downward to a place the mud did not reach. Your heart steadies. Your breath grows slow. This corridor has waited a very, very long time. You rise slowly, letting the corridor's shadow rest at the edge of your vision. You do not enter. Not yet. The valley still has more to show. You climb back up from the trench. The night opens again around you. The mist thins, the moon edges lower, and ahead, beyond the buried hall, beyond the trench, beyond the spiraling rings, another shadow rises. Different from the others. Sharper, taller, more deliberate, something built for the sky. You feel a stillness in your chest, a pull, a quiet voice the earth has been saving, and you walk toward it. The next buried truth stands waiting in the soft breath of the night, ready to reveal itself. You walk toward the sharper shadow rising ahead, your footsteps slow and steady, as though the earth is guiding your pace. The mist thins as you move, drifting behind you like a veil being gently pulled away. What remains is a vast expanse of open night, the ground stretching wide and dark beneath the sliver of moonlight lingering on the horizon. The shape grows taller with each step, taller than the buried domes, taller than the monolith, taller even than the visible peak of the pyramid. It stands not like a structure swallowed by the earth, but like something designed to resist it. A tower, or the remains of one, its upper section exposed, the rest encased in soil. As you approach, the details sharpen. You see the stone blocks, massive and smooth. You see the faint lines carved into the sides, descending in patterns like flowing rivers or strands of wind. You see the angles of the structure, proud and unwavering despite the weight of centuries. This tower did not collapse. The mud rose around it. It endured. You stand at the base and look upward. Its shadow swallows the sky above you, its peak disappearing into darkness. You place a hand against the stone. The surface is cold, far colder than the air. A strange contrast. The earth's buried chambers were warm, but this tower radiates a deep, ancient chill. A chill like something that stood beneath the sun in an age before the world tilted into burial. Your fingers trace an engraving near the base. What remains of it is barely visible, a pattern of circles intersecting at deliberate angles, a symbol of alignment, of orientation, of the heavens. The myths speak of towers like this, watching posts, sky preceptors, the needles of the old age. Places where ancient observers studied the stars, recording the movement of celestial bodies with accuracy astonishing for their time. These towers were built not just for height, but for meaning. They stood at key points on the landscape, aligned with constellations, solstice lines, and celestial cycles. You look again at the tower's angle. A soft shock of recognition moves through you. This tower was not just a structure, it was an instrument, a way for its builders to read the world, the sky above, the earth below, the rhythms of ages. You walk slowly around the tower's base. The ground shifts subtly, dipping into the shape of a shallow trench. You kneel and brush away soil, revealing more carved lines. These lines form pathways, arrows pointing upward, downward, inward, downward. Your breath softens. This tower did not only look to the sky, it pointed to the world beneath the surface, perhaps even to the buried city you walked through earlier. You rise and continue circling until you reach a part of the wall where the earth reveals something new, a break in the tower's stone, not from collapse, from design. A doorway, not open, blocked by soil, but unmistakably a doorway. You crouch, pressing your fingers into the earth. The dirt is loose here, as though the wind or rain has been brushing it away little by little, revealing edges of the stone frame. This doorway leads down. A chill moves along your spine, not fear but recognition. The buried world has been preparing you for this. The domes, the plazas, the spirals, the stairs, the hum, all hinting at a deeper center. You stand slowly, letting the night ease around your senses. The tower looms above you like a silent sentinel, its shadow stretching outward like an arrow laid across the valley. You continue walking, drawn by the sense that something even larger lies beyond. The land slopes gently, then sharply. You descend into another hollow, narrower than the others but deeper. At the bottom, you step onto stone again, a deliberate surface hidden beneath a thin layer of earth. You recognize the pattern immediately. These stones are placed in a long, straight line, far too straight, far too precise, a causeway, a road that once led from the tower to another structure in the buried city. a path walked by thousands in an age before the mud. You follow the causeway. Your footsteps echo softly in the valley, blending with the distant hum rising from the buried chambers. The causeway leads you toward a new shape, wide, sloping, unmistakably symmetrical. A platform, rectangular, raised slightly above the surrounding ground. You step onto it. The earth here is thin, so thin that as you brush aside grass and soil, the platform's true surface gleams underneath. Polished stone, smooth, reflective even in low light. The myths call these memory floors, wide spaces where people gathered during resets to record their experiences, their fears, their hopes. They carved symbols into the stones, etched stories, drew diagrams of celestial motions, and marked the position of the stars before each burial cycle. You kneel and brush away another patch of soil. A carving appears, a circle. Around it, smaller circles, lines spiraling inward. It is not just art, it is a map, not of the sky, not of the valley, of time, a map of cycles. You trace the lines slowly, your fingertip moving through spirals that tell a story too long for any single culture to remember. You rise and walk to the center of the platform. From here, the tower aligns perfectly with the horizon. You follow its line of sight and freeze. In the distance, rising from the valley floor, is another shape. Massive, rounded, silent. Another dome. This one larger than the first. Its top barely breaking the surface of the earth. Its curve so wide, you mistake it at first for a natural hill. You begin walking toward it. The night deepens. The mist curls closer to the ground. Your footsteps soften into silence. The dome grows larger as you approach. Its surface appears smoother than the first dome, more intact, more deliberate. You reach the base and kneel, brushing away the earth. Your palm finds carved stone, cold and untouched by erosion. You see symbols again, spirals, circles, arrows, stars. But one more symbol appears, carved deeper than the rest, a horizontal line. And beneath it, another world. A world beneath the world. Your breath catches softly. This dome is not just a hall, not just a chamber. It is a vault. The myths spoke of vaults like this, places where the last knowledge of civilizations was stored before the mud came. Places sealed so carefully that the burial preserved them perfectly. You run your fingers along the symbol. A vault is not built to be accessed easily. It is built to be found when the time is right. You rise slowly. The dome hums beneath your feet, stronger than any structure you've touched tonight. It vibrates like a living heart, a sleeping heart. The earth above it feels thin, as though the vault breathes, as though the valley itself is waiting. You step backward, look up. Above the dome, the stars shimmer, or perhaps they respond. You stand still, letting the realization wash slowly over you. The buried city, the spiraling rings, the monoliths, the towers, the pyramids, none of them were merely lost to time. They were arranged, aligned, built to endure the rising of the mud, not erased by it, prepared for it. You circle the dome slowly, letting its presence fill your senses. Every step brings you closer to understanding the hidden story beneath the world's surface. A story of cycles, of ages, of civilizations rising and falling under the quiet weight of soil. At the far side of the dome, the ground slopes sharply downward. You lean over the edge carefully. Below, you see something startling. The earth has cracked, split, revealing a dark hollow beneath the dome's surface. Not an entrance, a glimpse. You crouch, careful not to disturb the fragile edge. The crack is narrow, but beneath it, the vault shines faintly, a sheen of stone untouched by time. What lies inside remains hidden, but the hum tells you enough. The vault still remembers. You rise slowly, your breath grounding you in the soft silence of the valley. The night around you deepens, muted and heavy with meaning. The air grows colder. the mist drifts lower. And ahead, beyond the vault, beyond the tower, beyond the buried city, the valley opens into its deepest shadow yet. A shape stands at its center, massive, faceted, unmoving. Not a dome, not a wall, not a tower. Something different. Something ancient enough that even the mud feared it. Your heart steadies, your breath softens, your steps grow quieter, and you walk toward the final shadow in the valley. The next forgotten truth lies waiting. Older than the burial, older than the city, older even than the first cycle, waiting for you to arrive. You walk toward the final shadow, drawn as though the valley itself is guiding you. Each step sinks softly into the damp soil, releasing the faint smell of earth that has been hidden from the sky for ages. The mist parts in thin strands around your legs, not scattering, but drifting aside as if aware of your passing. The shadow grows larger, wider, stranger. It is not shaped like a dome or a tower or a wall. It is not shaped like anything the buried city has shown you so far. This silhouette is angular, faceted, sharper than erosion should allow, sharper than time should permit. You slow your pace without meaning to. The air thickens in your lungs. The ground feels heavier, denser, as if you're crossing a threshold into a deeper part of the Earth's memory. The shape rises ahead, massive, dark, silent. Its outline forms clean lines and impossible angles, each plane catching the faint moonlight in quiet glints. Something about it feels old in a different way, older than the resets, older than the city, older than the mud. As you draw closer, you realize what you're seeing. A polyhedron, a colossal geometric stone structure, half buried, tilted slightly to the side, as though frozen mid-descent into the earth. Its exposed faces are smooth, impossibly smooth, the edges still crisp, despite the weight of centuries. You stop a few paces away. Your breath leaves you in a slow exhale. Not fear, not awe, something quieter, recognition. Even if you've never seen anything like this. You approach one of the exposed faces and place your palm against it. The stone is cold, far colder than the night air. A deep, ancient cold that feels like it has never tasted sunlight. Your hand trembles slightly as you move it across the surface. The stone does not feel like the others. It feels wrong. Not wrong in shape, wrong in time. You brush away a thin layer of soil, and beneath your fingers you feel carved lines, thin, exact, metallic in their precision. You wipe more soil aside until the carving reveals itself fully. Not spirals, not stars, not cycles. Triangles. Interlocking, endless. A lattice of repeating shapes so precise it looks more like the pattern of crystal than the hand of an ancient mason. You step back, letting the moonlight wash over the surface. The patterns catch the light in subtle ways, bending it, refracting it, making the stone shimmer faintly. You blink, look again. The shimmer remains. It is not moisture, not reflection, not illusion. The stone itself seems to respond. The old myths rarely speak of structures like this, but they exist. Scattered mentions, passing references, stories too strange for scholars to embrace, stories of the oldest objects, stones older than the world, markers left before the first city. You rest both hands on the stone. The cold deepens. The mist thickens. The earth beneath your feet hums. A deep, low vibration. Not the soft hum of chambers. Not the subtle resonance of buried domes. Something older, heavier, more absolute. You take a slow breath. The night presses close. And then something happens. Quiet, unbelievably gentle, and yet unmistakable. The stone warms. Not to heat, not to life, to awareness. A slow pulse ripples beneath your palms. A vibration so subtle you might mistake it for the beating of your own heart, until you realize it is not in rhythm with anything inside you. The structure hums again, a deeper note, a bass so low it feels like the earth inhaling. You step back instinctively. The hum holds. Steady, calm, patient. You circle the structure slowly. Each face is enormous, rising several meters above the ground, disappearing beneath the soil at different angles. You try to count the faces, but the angles confuse you. The geometry is foreign. Something between a pyramid and a cube, but neither. Something like a shape pulled from dreams or mathematics too complex for simple thought. You run your hand along another face. More carvings, more lines, patterns you've never seen, patterns that feel intentional. Perhaps this was not built by the civilization you've been exploring. Perhaps it was built long before them. Perhaps the city was built around it, not as a center, but as a witness. The myths whisper such things, not loudly, not confidently, like rumors shared in the dark by those who half believed their own stories. Rumors of objects that predate resets, objects immune to mud, objects the earth avoids burying fully. You place your ear against the stone. The hum shifts, becoming slightly higher. A second tone joins it, softer, as though answering the first. You freeze. The structure is resonating, responding, not reacting like something living, but like something remembering. You step back again, heart steadying as you breathe the cold night air. In the valley around you, a soft wind stirs. The grass rustles. The mist trembles. The stones beneath your feet feel lighter. It's as if the buried city is listening. You sit down in the grass, the polyhedral stone rising before you like a monument to forgotten ages. The night is silent except for the resonance humming faintly through the ground. You close your eyes, letting the vibration settle into your bones. And then a memory, not visual, not spoken, but ancient, rises gently into your mind. A memory older than the people who built the domes, older than the people who carved the rings, older than the people who built the towers aligned to the stars. A memory of a time before cycles, before resets, before mud, before cities, before human hands shaped stone. A memory of the earth before the earth you know, long before civilizations rose, long before continents shifted, long before history began. Something stood here. Something was placed here, not by accident, not by nature, by intention. You open your eyes. The polyhedral monument stands silently, the moonlight catching its edges like the faint glint of forgotten starlight. You rise slowly, drawn toward a new shape on the opposite side of the clearing. Soft, round, gentle. A mound. But unlike the others, this mound glows faintly under the moon, as though reflecting something beneath. You walk toward it. The earth feels warm again. The hum softens, becoming a lullaby through the valley. You kneel at the edge of the mound, touch the soil, and in that moment, you feel something beneath your palm, a pulse, soft, slow, steady, not like the vibration of stone, not like the hum of chambers, a pulse like a heartbeat. The buried world is not dead, it is sleeping. You breathe slowly, letting the truth settle. And ahead, beyond the mound, beyond the polyhedral monument, beyond the valley, the final descent awaits. Something deeper, something older, something the mud did not bury, something the world forgot before it learned to remember. You rise, chest slowing, breath steady, and you walk toward the last shadow waiting in the night. You walk toward the last shadow in the valley, drawn by something deeper than curiosity, deeper than instinct. It feels as if the valley itself, with all its buried chambers and silent monuments, has been guiding you to this point. Every step tonight has been a descent through time, and now you stand on the threshold of something older than time itself. The shape ahead is vast, not large like the dome, not tall like the tower, not sharp like the faceted monolith. This shape is different, wide, rounded, subtle, and quietly immense. From a distance, it looked like a mound, but as you approach, you begin to feel it before you truly see it. The air trembles. The soil tightens. The hum you felt all night gathers itself inside your chest, becoming a second heartbeat. The shape rises slowly from the valley floor, a smooth, broad swell of earth, its symmetry too perfect to be natural. The surface is covered in moss and grass, lit faintly by moonlight. It looks harmless at first glance, gentle even. But as you draw closer, you sense its presence. A presence unlike anything else in the buried city. This is not a building, not a monument, not a hall, a tower, a road, or a dome. It is a vault, a perfect, sealed vault. A chamber built to survive every reset the world has ever known. You stop a few feet away, letting the stillness settle around you. The mound is silent on the outside, but the earth beneath it vibrates with a steady, ancient pulse, deep, low, and impossibly calm, like the heartbeat of a world trying to remember itself. You lower yourself to your knees and rest your palm on the soil, warm. Not warm from sunlight, warm from within. The hum grows clearer. The pulse grows stronger. The ground beneath your hand feels alive. You brush away a thin layer of grass and dirt. The soil falls aside easily, as though eager to reveal what lies beneath. Your fingertips meet something smooth. Stone. But warmer than stone should be. You clear more of the surface with slow, deliberate movements until a curve emerges, a smooth arc of carved stone forming part of a perfect circle. You sit back, breath steadying. This is the roof of the vault, the true center of the buried city, the heart of everything you've seen tonight. Every symbol, every spiral, every ring, every wall, every hall, they all point here. Here, beneath this mound. Here, where the earth sleeps. You lean forward, brushing dirt from another section. More stone emerges. The pattern is unmistakable, a circle within a circle. Stone smoothly interlocked, so precise the seams are invisible, so perfect the burial preserved every curve. And etched into the surface, clearer than any carving you've seen tonight, is the symbol repeated across countless cultures, continents, ages. A spiral descending, not rising. Descending. A spiral into the earth, a spiral into memory. You rest your fingertips against the carving. The stone vibrates softly beneath your touch. This vault was not buried by accident. It was buried intentionally, designed to be sealed, designed to endure, designed to wait. You slide your hand along the curve until you feel something unusual, a small depression in the surface, a shallow hollow in the stone. You brush the soil away. The hollow widens into a groove, a line. A path carved into the roof, looping around the spiral like a guide. You trace the groove. It leads you around the arc of the vault. To another groove, then another, until you find a point where the lines intersect. A deliberate meeting of paths carved by hands long before the burial. You run your finger along the intersection, and something happens. The hum beneath the earth shifts. Subtle, soft, not louder, deeper, as though the vault recognizes the touch. Not as intrusion, as acknowledgement. You steady your breathing. The night holds its breath with you. And then, for the briefest moment, the ground beneath you exhales. A faint warmth rises through the soil. Not enough to frighten, just enough to feel like the earth is waking up. You step back quietly, not out of fear, but respect. The vault does not open. It does not reveal. It simply breathes. Like a sleeper turning slightly in its bed, you sit on the grass and let the quiet settle. Every structure you've seen, the monoliths, the rings, the dome, the tower, all existed to protect this place, to align with it, to circle around it, to honor it. This vault holds something. Not treasure, not artifacts, something older, something deeper. Knowledge sealed across cycles, memory preserved across resets. The quiet truth ancient cultures whispered but never fully spoke. The world does not erase. It sleeps. And beneath the layers of mud, the old world dreams. You lie back on the soft grass, gazing at the faint shimmer of stars. The vault hums beneath you like a heartbeat carried through stone. You close your eyes, and for a moment, you feel the valley, all of it, breathing as one. The buried halls, the spirals, the towers, the domes, the roads, the monoliths, the vault beneath your body. They hum together, connected, alive, waiting. Waiting for what? The myths offered many answers. For the next reset, for the right moment, for the return of something lost, for the world above to remember the world below. You open your eyes slowly. A soft breeze moves through the grass. The mist drifts across the vault's surface like a sigh. And somewhere, beyond the valley, beyond the mud, beyond the cycles, you sense that the world is beginning to remember. You rise, breath quiet, heart steady. The vault does not need to open tonight. It is enough to feel that it exists. It is enough to know the story continues beneath your feet. The valley grows still again. The moon sinks lower. The world becomes soft with approaching dawn. You take one last step back from the mound. The hum fades into the earth. The grass settles behind you. And you turn toward the slope that leads out of the valley, toward the path that will carry you upward, out of the buried world, back toward the waking one. You walk slowly, letting the night carry your final steps. Behind you, the vault rests in silence. Ahead, the horizon glows faintly with the first hint of dawn. Between them, you, one witness to the deepest memory of the earth. You ascend the slope slowly, leaving the vault behind you, though its presence lingers like a low vibration beneath the soles of your feet. The valley feels different now, not emptier, only quieter, as though the world has settled after revealing something sacred. The mist drifts thinly, trailing behind you like an exhale that has finally released its weight. The sky above is changing color. A faint blue begins to dilute the darkness, though dawn is still far from breaking. The stars remain scattered like distant embers, soft and steady. You pause halfway up the slope and look back. The valley stretches behind you, vast and sleeping, its buried halls, its hidden domes, its spiraling rings, its monoliths, its ancient pathways, its quiet heartbeat. A city beneath the earth, preserved not by chance, but by intention. And at its center, the vault, waiting beneath the thin skin of soil, humming its deep, invisible song. You feel a strange tenderness rise in your chest, a quiet reverence, a sense that you have stepped into a story the earth has been keeping safe for longer than humanity has existed in its current memory. You turn again and continue walking toward the ridge. The air grows cooler here, and the soil shifts beneath your feet as though easing you out of the valley's embrace. When you reach the crest, the view opens. A vast panorama of rolling hills and distant mountains under the early dim light. But something else catches your eye. Across the landscape, far beyond the valley, the earth carries shapes that you didn't notice before. Curves, lines, raised patterns, subtle but unmistakable, as though the buried city was not alone, as though other forgotten worlds lie beneath the ground you've walked throughout your life, hidden just beneath the surface, wrapped in layers of silent soil. The idea does not frighten you. It feels natural, right, like a truth the earth has always known. You step away from the ridge and follow a gentle path that winds toward a cluster of trees. They stand tall and thin, their branches motionless in the faint breeze. The ground beneath them is uneven, marked by small ridges and depressions. When you reach the center of the grove, you stop. A clearing sits here, circular and quiet. The soil is slightly sunken, as though holding the outline of something long removed. You kneel, brushing the surface lightly with your fingers. Beneath the thin cover of leaves, you feel it. Stone. Not smooth like the halls or the dome. Rough. Textured. As if carved with care, and then left to face the sky for countless years before the mud finally covered it. You clear more soil. The stone reveals itself. A wide slab etched with lines that radiate outward, like rays of light or spokes of a wheel. You sit back and breathe slowly. This clearing was once a gathering place. Long before the city rose, long before the valley was shaped, long before the mud. A place where people, or perhaps something older, met beneath the open sky to watch. The stars, trace their patterns, understand their rhythms. The slab at your knees feels older than the buried city, older than the structures beneath the valley, older than the resets themselves. You close your eyes, and for a moment, the world seems to tilt, gently, like a whisper turning your face towards something you almost forgot. A memory surfaces, not from your own life, but something deeper, like a faint echo of a dream shared across generations. A memory of the world before cycles, before resets, before burial. A world where the land was open, where the sky was clearer, where watchers stood on platforms like this one and measured the first tremors of the earth's breath. The breath that would one day become mud, the breath that would erase, the breath that would preserve. You rise slowly. The clearing holds the shape of time, etched faintly into the earth like the outline of a hand that is long since lifted away. You feel the urge to walk further, not toward the sunrise, but toward a darker patch of forest ahead. The trees there are older, their trunks thicker, their branches heavy with age. You step into their shadow. The world dims. The air grows still. And then you smell it. Not the scent of earth, not the scent of moss, something subtle, something mineral, something like stone cooled by ages of silence. You walk deeper into the grove. Somewhere ahead, the ground dips suddenly. You slow your steps. The soil becomes looser. A faint shimmer of moonlight filters between the trees, revealing the lip of a sinkhole. You approach cautiously, look down, and see something extraordinary. A shaft of stone descends vertically into the earth, not carved by collapse, but shaped. Too straight, too smooth, too intentional. You kneel at the edge. The shaft is narrow, no wider than the span of your outstretched arms. Its walls are lined with stone blocks fitted perfectly, descending into a darkness that hums faintly. A hidden access point, a sealed descent, another entrance into the buried world. Not the vault, not the hall, not the chambers, something deeper. You lie on your stomach, extending your hand into the opening. A faint current of air brushes your palm, cool, dry, ancient. Air from an underground world that has not breathed the surface for ages. You pull back, feeling the quiet in your bones. This shaft is too small for a person to enter. It was not meant for passage. It was meant for connection. A channel between the world above and the world below. A place where the earth could breathe, where memory could rise in whispers through stone. You stand again, letting the realization settle. This grove, this clearing, this shaft, is older than the valley, older than the city, older than the resets, older than the mud. A remnant of an age before ages, a time when the earth had not yet begun its cycles of burial and renewal. You step back, the trees parting slightly as you leave their grove. When you emerge into the open, the sky has shifted. The first pale suggestion of dawn touches the horizon, casting the land in a soft, blue-grey glow. The buried world behind you grows dimmer in the new light, fading into the earth like a dream retreating from the edge of waking. But its presence remains, in the soil, in the hum, in the quiet shapes beneath your feet. You take a slow breath. The night is ending. The world above stirs, and you are not the same as when you entered the valley. The earth has shared something with you, not a secret, not a revelation, but a memory of cycles, a memory of resets, a memory of worlds buried softly beneath layers of time. And ahead, beyond the trees, beyond the ridge, beyond the faint light of dawn, the path continues, not toward an ending, toward the next layer, the next echo, the next forgotten chapter. You step forward, leaving the valley behind. Its hum fades, the air warms, the world brightens. But beneath the ground, beneath the mud, beneath the ages, the buried world still dreams, and you carry its memory now. You walk toward the faint, blue-grey horizon, where the earliest breath of dawn begins to soften the night. The air cools slowly, the way a sleeping body cools when shifting into deeper rest. The valley behind you is fading into shadow, but its weight remains, not as burden, but as memory. Your footsteps carry you across ground that feels different now, not lighter, not firmer, just more awake, as if the earth recognizes that someone has listened, as if the buried world has exhaled after centuries of silence. Ahead, the path narrows between two gentle rises. These hills feel younger, their curves softer, their soil less compacted by the weight of forgotten worlds. But even here, beneath the surface, the old patterns linger. You reach the crest of a small ridge. Below stretches a broad plain, quiet and unbroken, dotted with scattered trees and pools of lingering mist. The light of dawn begins to outline the landscape in faint silver. At first, the plain appears untouched. But as you descend slowly, you notice patterns beneath the grass. Subtle depressions, shallow ridges, curves too regular to be natural, as though the land holds the faint imprint of something once immense. You walk across the plain, letting the early wind brush your face. The breeze carries a scent of dew and cooling soil, and beneath it, something faint, something older. The scent of stone that has lain hidden for ages. You stop and crouch, running your fingers lightly through the grass. The earth dips beneath your touch. You sweep aside a thin layer of soil until your hand meets something faintly rigid, the edge of a stone. Shallow, horizontal. You clear more earth. The stone widens beneath your palm, stretching outward in both directions like a floor or a foundation. You stand and walk along the faint line. The edge continues for meters, then turns, forming a right angle, a perimeter, a shape, a building, long vanished from memory, but still outlined in the earth. You kneel again, brushing away more soil. The stone surface emerges, smooth, weathered in places, but unmistakably shaped by hands. You realize the plain is not empty, it is full. Every few steps, the ground rises or dips in faint yet telling patterns. Rectangles, squares, circles, passages, rooms, an entire complex beneath your feet, erased by time but not forgotten by the earth. You continue walking, tracing the invisible lines. The plain becomes a silent city of outlines, shadows of walls beneath the soil, foundations hidden just under the surface. You pause at one of the larger depressions. It is a wide circle, deeper than the others, its rim subtle but clearly defined. A well? A cistern? A gathering place? You kneel at the edge, run your hand across the soil. It feels softer here, as though covering a hollow space. You brush more earth away until your fingers touch stone, smooth, curved, forming the rim of a circular opening long since filled. You linger there, imagining what stood above this spot before the mud came. Voices echoing, children playing, water glinting in sunlight, life moving quietly, unaware of the world's cycles preparing to turn once again. You stand and walk on. The sky continues to pale. A faint streak of amber glows along the horizon. The world is waking, slowly and gently, as though respecting the silence you carry from the valley. Ahead, near the far end of the plain, you see something unusual. A cluster of stones arranged in a pattern too deliberate to be random. You approach them carefully. 5 stones, tall, thin, standing in a near-perfect circle. Their tops barely emerge from the earth. Their surfaces are weathered by time and covered with moss. But beneath the moss, you see familiar markings, spirals, circles, intersecting lines. These stones are older than the structures in the valley, older than the buried city, older perhaps than the cycles themselves, monuments from a time when the world had not yet learned to fear the buried breath of the earth, when the land was open and the sky spoke in patterns understood by those who watched. You stand at the center of the circle. The stones cast faint shadows in the early dawn light. A calm settles around you, deeper than silence. A calm like memory itself has paused to listen. You close your eyes, and inside that stillness, you feel something. The faintest shift beneath your feet. Not vibration, not sound, not movement. A presence. A murmur rising from deep beneath the plain, as though the ground remembers what once stood here. Temples, rituals, councils, moments when humanity looked not downward into the earth, but upward into the sky. You open your eyes. The stones remain silent, but the plain feels alive now, carrying the ghost of a forgotten world just beneath its surface. You leave. The stone circles slowly, feeling its presence continue behind you like a soft echo. Beyond the plain, The earth rises again, forming a gentle hill crowned with wild grasses that sway in the morning breeze. You climb the hill with steady breath. The wind grows stronger near the top, brushing against your face with the freshness of dawn. When you reach the summit, the world opens around you. You see the valley behind, its buried city shaped by cycles. You see the plain, its forgotten foundations tracing silent stories. You see the distant hills, their slopes hinting at shapes the mud has tried to erase. And far on the horizon, you see something else. A dark band, wide, straight, unmistakable. Not a river, not a forest, not a shadow. A wall. A wall stretching across the landscape as far as the horizon allows. Eroded in some places, buried in others, but unmistakably artificial. Your breath slows. This wall is enormous, too long to be defensive, too far-reaching to be a boundary of one city. This was no fortress. This was a marker, a line that once divided cycles, a line that once warned, a line that once recorded. You descend the hill, your footsteps slow, guided by something older than curiosity. The ground between you and the wall becomes firmer, the soil thinner. Small stones rise from the earth, like teeth breaking the surface of forgotten memory. The closer you draw, the clearer the structure becomes. The wall is made of colossal blocks, fitted without mortar, aligned with impossible precision. Each stone rises half-buried, their surfaces etched with patterns now softened by ages. Triangles, circles, arcs, wave lines, symbols of cycles and resets, repeated endlessly. You place your palm against the cold stone. A faint vibration meets your touch, weaker than the hum of the valley, but unmistakable. This wall remembers. It remembers cycles older than the buried city. It remembers resets before the mud. It remembers ages humanity has no name for. You walk along its length. The wall extends beyond sight. It rises and falls with the natural shape of the land. Where the earth has shifted, the wall has sunk. But its presence remains, a backbone of memory stretching across forgotten centuries. And then you reach it, a break in the wall, a gap carved into the stone, not by erosion, not by collapse, by intention, a doorway. You step closer. The opening is tall, wide, perfectly cut. Its edges are sharp even after centuries underground. You step beyond the threshold. The land changes immediately. The ground becomes low, sunken, dark, quiet. A slope guides you downward into a shallow basin. The air grows cooler. The light dims despite the rising dawn. You reach the bottom. A silence settles. And around you, carved into the basin's walls, are symbols, thousands of them, carved shallowly, repeated across the stone, layered like sediment, spirals upon spirals, cycles within cycles, resets within resets. You walk slowly around the basin's perimeter, brushing your hand across the carvings. They are faint, worn, nearly erased, but they remain. Some symbols you've seen before tonight: the spiral, the descent, the rising wave, the circle divided, the arrow downward. But some are new, shapes like stars collapsing inward, shapes like mountains folded under waves, shapes like cities slowly lowering into the earth. You stop at one carving, a circle above, a spiral below, a line between them. The world above, the world below, connected. You trace the line with your fingertip. The hum rises slightly, barely perceptible, but present. The basin holds a memory deeper than the valley, deeper than the vault. This was a place of instruction, a place where people learned the truth about cycles, a place where elders taught the young that the world rises and falls, not in violence, but in breath. You stand in the center of the basin. The symbols curve around you like a quiet chant. For a moment, you close your eyes, and you feel it, a slow turning, a tide deep beneath the earth, a memory shifting gently in its sleep. The world has reset many times. It will reset again, not as punishment, not as destruction, but as part of the rhythm the earth has always known. You open your eyes. The dawn light softly fills the basin. The carvings brighten. The hum fades into a whisper. You step out of the basin, walk back toward the wall. The world feels larger now, older, almost infinite. You pause at the doorway in the wall. Beyond it lies the buried valley, the forgotten plain, the ancient grove, the vault still humming beneath the earth. Ahead lies something else, a horizon unbroken, shaped by the breath of ages. You step through the doorway. The earth shifts beneath you. The sky grows brighter. The next memory unfolds. You walk through the doorway carved into the ancient wall, stepping back into the open landscape as the first threads of dawn weave through the sky. The light here is thin, almost uncertain, as though it hesitates to disturb the remnants of the night's deep memory. The air feels different on this side of the wall, not heavier, not lighter, but older in a way you cannot name. You pause and listen. Silence stretches across the plain, deep, unbroken, and expectant. The wind has stilled. The insects have fallen quiet. Even the distant hum of the earth seems muted, as though the world beyond the wall has its own rules, its own rhythm. You take a slow step forward. The soil beneath your feet changes texture, less soft, less familiar. It feels like stepping onto ground that has not been walked in a very, very long time. Ahead, the landscape is flat and wide, stretching into a shape that feels deliberate, despite being covered in the thin veil of dawn. The plain forms a long sheet of earth, bordered on both sides by low ridges. You walk toward it, your steps measured, breath soft in the cool morning air. As you approach, you notice subtle details. Gentle dips in the earth, soft rises, lines running in faint, parallel patterns. The plain is not plain at all. It is structured, engineered, designed to be seen from above, not from the ground. You kneel and brush away loose soil. Your fingers touch stone, smoother than the slabs in the valley, but colder than the tiles near the buried halls. You clear more soil. The stone stretches beneath the earth, flat and uninterrupted. A platform, not circular, not spiraled, rectangular, long, wide, a foundation for something immense. You rise and walk its length. The stone hums faintly beneath your feet, a hum deeper and slower than that of the vault, like the echo of an even older age. You stop when the pattern changes. The platform ends abruptly. Beyond it, the ground dips into a shallow trench. In the trench lie broken fragments of stone, not collapse, but placement. You step closer. The fragments are arranged in clusters, as though marking positions the mud never fully erased. You brush away dirt from one piece, revealing a carved groove that curves sharply, forming a shape like a hook or a crescent. You move to another fragment. Its carving forms a straight line. You step to the next, a triangle, then another, intersecting arcs. You step back, trying to take in the full pattern. It is too large to see from here. You walk to the edge of the trench, climb up onto the ridge, and look down. Now you see it. The fragments form a shape, faint, enormous, unmistakable. A map. Not of the valley, not of the city, not of the region. A map of the sky. Not the sky you see above you now, but an older sky. A sky whose stars were arranged differently, whose constellations carried other names, whose cycles matched an age buried beneath both earth and memory. Your breath slows. This plain, this platform, this map was not a place of construction, not a temple, not a hall. It was a record, a star map carved into the earth, a chart of the heavens as they appeared in an age before the mud. You kneel and touch a fragment carefully. Its edges vibrate faintly beneath your fingertips, as if remembering its purpose, as if recognizing your presence. The map once stretched across the entire plain, a canvas of stone depicting constellations, cycles, movements of celestial bodies long since shifted or forgotten. You stand again and walk across the platform, following the faint lines beneath the soil. The carvings continue, shallow, faded, but present. Here a curve tracing the arc of a long-lost star path. There a cluster marking a constellation erased by the slow drift of time. Further on, a spiral pattern. The same spiral repeated throughout the buried city, but much older, etched in a style more primitive and more deliberate. You pause at the center of the platform. The carvings here form a dense cluster of symbols, circles within circles. Interlocking arcs, lines crossing at precise intervals. You kneel again and brush the soil away. More symbols emerge, some familiar, some not. And then you realize what you're looking at. This center point was not just a marker, not just a reference. It was the origin, the zero of an ancient coordinate system, the axis from which the world was measured, the point around which the buried civilization aligned its architecture, its towers, its domes, its rings, its vault. This star map did not record the sky for beauty or myth. It was a guide for ages, a guide for resets, a guide for the world beneath the mud. You rise slowly, your heart steady, your breath blending into the soft morning air. The sun edges faintly over the horizon now, casting a pale glow across the plain. The star map brightens, its shallow grooves catching the first light. And in that light, something else appears. A line, straight, precise, running from the center point of the map toward the far horizon. You follow it with your eyes. The line continues across the plain, up a long, gentle rise, into a distant shadow. The shadow forms a silhouette against the dawn, tall, slender, almost needle-like. Another tower, or something older. You walk toward it, step by slow step. The ground beneath your feet becomes firmer. The hum beneath the soil grows softer, and the air cools with a clarity that feels almost ceremonial. As you approach, the silhouette sharpens. A pillar, enormous, perfectly vertical, buried halfway into the earth, but still towering above the landscape. You reach its base and look up. The pillar rises like a frozen beam of ancient sunlight, smooth, straight, flawless. Its surface catches the dawn light, shimmering faintly. You touch the stone, cold, hard, silent. But beneath the silence, a faint echo pulses. Not the hum of the valley, not the heartbeat of the vault. Something older, something deeper. Then you see it, carved into the pillar's surface in faint lines, the same symbols as the star map, aligned perfectly, continuing upward in a straight path until they vanish near the buried base. This pillar was part of the map, a celestial marker, a fixed point used to track the motion of the sky across cycles. You step back. The pillar rises above you, ancient and unwavering. The sky brightens, the world stirs faintly with the first breath of day, and in that moment, you understand. This forgotten place was not just a city, not just a vault of memory, not just a record of resets. It was an observatory, a monument to ages, a map of time itself. The buried world was not erased. It was recorded, preserved, prepared for whoever would one day walk above it and listen. You place your hand on the stone one last time. The pillar hums faintly beneath your palms. Then you turn toward the lightening horizon. Ahead lies the path out of the ancient memory, but the earth beneath remembers. And now, so do you. You turn away from the great pillar, its surface cooling under the soft breath of dawn. The sky above begins to pale into a thin wash of silver, and the last stars flicker faintly before dissolving into daylight. Yet in the quiet before sunrise, the land around you feels unchanged, still holding the night's ancient weight, still carrying the hum of the buried world beneath your feet. You breathe slowly and begin walking. The air here is different, charged in a way you can't explain. It moves without wind, drifts without motion, like the valley's memory is lifting itself into the early morning light. Every step feels heavier, but not with fatigue, more like you're walking through a story older than human thought. The ground slopes downward again, though gently this time, a long descent into a shallow hollow. As you walk, the texture of the soil shifts beneath your boots, soft at first, then firm, then soft again, as if the earth cannot decide which memory to hold. Ahead, the land opens into a circular depression. Not deep, just subtle, but unmistakably shaped. At its center stands something that looks, at first, like a pile of stones. But as you draw closer, you realize they are not a pile. They are arranged. A cairn. A ring of stones, each tall and narrow, placed upright in a formation that feels intentional rather than chaotic. Moss covers them lightly, and the ground around them is dotted with the soft gold of early morning light. You step into the circle. The air shifts, quietly, almost imperceptibly. Inside the ring, the world feels muffled, as though sound pulls away from the edges. You kneel beside one of the stones and brush away the moss. Beneath it, faint lines appear, etchings carved in a style older than any you've seen so far. Not spirals this time, not cycles, not stars. Lines like waves. Lines like drifting sand. Lines that seem to trace the movement of something ancient as the earth itself. You touch the carving. The stone is cool, unnaturally so, as if the air inside the ring has not warmed in centuries. You rise and walk to the center of the cairn. There, half buried beneath layers of soil, lies a flat slab, rectangular, precisely cut. Its corners still sharp despite the weight of ages. You kneel and brush the soil from its surface. Symbols appear, soft, faded, but clear enough to read their intention. A long line, and beneath it, another line, and beneath that, a third, each separated by small marks. Layers, not layers of soil, layers of time. You press your hand against the stone. A faint vibration moves through your palm, the same low hum that carried you through the valley's buried ruins. You close your eyes, and again, the world whispers, not in words but in impressions, in gentle pulses, in the quiet suggestion of memory rising from beneath the surface. You see a landscape untouched by cycles, a world before mud, a world before burial. Vast plains, clear skies, no domes, no towers, no spirals. Only stone markers placed by hands older than the buried city. The cairn was not built during the last cycle, nor the cycle before it. It is older still, older than the civilizations whose ruins you walked through, older than the cycles recorded in spirals, older than the vault humming beneath the valley. This cairn marks the world before resets. You open your eyes. The early light spreads across the clearing, warming the stones but leaving their shadows cold. You rise and step out of the circle. The air beyond the cairn feels lighter, less heavy with memory. You continue walking. The ground rises gently, leading toward another ridge. As you climb, you notice faint markings in the soil again. Linear depressions, shallow channels, barely visible lines cutting across the landscape. At first they seem like old irrigation patterns, but their precision reveals otherwise. They run straight for impossible distances, intersecting at exact angles. Not for water, not for roads, for marking the land. You follow one of the lines. It stretches across the ridge, then dips into another shallow depression. Inside the depression, stones rise from the ground, flat, rectangular blocks arranged like the foundation of a structure. You kneel beside one, brushing away dirt. The surface is flat enough to reflect the early light like a mirror. Carved into it are 3 lines, a circle, a square, a triangle, all touching, all intersecting. A symbol of elements, a symbol of origins, a symbol older than myth. You stand again. The ridge narrows, the stones give way to grass, and then suddenly the world opens before you. A long cliff drops into a valley far deeper than the one behind you. Not a buried city this time. A natural formation, yet even from here you see subtle patterns beneath the rising sunlight. Curved terraces, straight lines, shadows flowing in geometric shapes the land should not form naturally. The ancient world was not limited to one valley. It was vast. It stretched across entire regions, entire continents, entire epochs. You descend into this deeper valley, feeling each step slow and deliberate. The air changes, cooler now, almost crisp. The light deepens as the sun rises higher, though the valley still holds the aftertaste of night. Halfway down the slope, you stop. The ground beneath you shifts subtly, softening. You kneel. Your fingers sink into soil that feels looser, lighter. You brush it aside. Underneath lies a layer of fine ash, pale gray, soft as dust, cold. A layer of the old world, not mud, ash. A cycle even older than the burial. A cycle marked not by earth rising, but by fire falling. You sift the ash between your fingers. It drifts like breath, dissolving into the morning air. And then you notice something beneath it, tiny fragments of stone, carved with symbols so faint they seem almost too fragile to touch. You lift one piece. Its surface holds a single mark, a downward curve, a wave bending inward, a symbol of descent. You let it fall back into the ash. It vanishes instantly. You stand and look across the valley. Ash lies in thin patches everywhere, caught in ridges, pooled in dips, sprinkled across the grass. A remnant of a world erased long before mud ever buried its memory. This valley is not a city, not a ruin, not a vault. It is a cemetery of ages, a resting place of civilizations older than burial, older than spirals, older than stone. You walk deeper into the valley. The wind picks up slightly, carrying a faint metallic scent, like rain falling on ancient dust. Ahead, the ground rises into a low plateau. You climb it. At the top, you see a single stone column, broken, leaning, but still standing. You touch its surface, warm, not from the sun, from something internal, something older. Inscribed vertically along the pillar's face is a symbol you have seen countless times tonight, a spiral, but not descending, ascending, the symbol of emergence, of rising, of rebirth. The older world endured cycles of fire, the buried world endured cycles of mud, and each time the spiral rose again, new civilizations climbing from the breath of the earth's memory. You step back, and then you see it. Behind the column, half buried in ash and soil, lies another structure, small, low, rectangular, a door. Its top barely visible, its base lost to the earth. You kneel before it. The dawn light catches on faint carvings beside the frame, symbols so ancient they barely hold shape. You touch the stone, cold, still, silent. The buried door does not open, but it speaks, not in sound, in presence. Through it, you feel something waiting, older than mud, older than fire, older than cycles altogether. Something the earth has been holding for an age beyond ages. You stand, slowly. Dawn brightens behind you. The valley stretches before you. The world awakens. But beneath the thin skin of the surface, beneath soil, beneath mud, beneath ash, the earth still holds its deepest memory. And you feel it now. The sense that none of this is ending, that the buried world still breathes, that the cycles still turn, that the next layer of truth still waits, just beyond your final step. Ahead, the path winds toward another shadow, another age, another forgotten breath of the world. You walk toward it, soft, slow, ready. You walk toward the next shadow, the air cooling around you as the morning brightens. Dawn has not yet taken hold. It lingers at the horizon like a whispered promise. The early light touches nothing sharply here. It spreads gently, feathering across the landscape in faint strokes of grey-blue and muted gold. You descend from the plateau, your feet sinking softly into soil layered with ash and earth, as though the land itself is made of memory. The shadow ahead darkens into shape, stretching long and low across the valley floor. As you approach, its form clarifies, not a monolith, not a dome, not a structure. A ridge. Wide and curving, but far too straight in places to be natural. You kneel and place your hand on the soil. It feels thin here, fragile even, covering something solid beneath it. You brush aside the top layer. Stone emerges, smooth, pale, almost white despite ages beneath the earth. The surface is worn but unmistakably shaped. You clear more soil. The stone widens outward, then inward, curving, evenly, perfectly. A carved arc. You stand following the curvature with slow, quiet steps. The arc continues. It bends like a crescent moon pressed into the earth. It curves like the rim of a bowl vast enough to cradle the valley. When you reach the far edge, you realize the truth. This is not a curve. This is the outer edge of a disc, a colossal stone disc buried beneath the valley, its rim emerging only where time has allowed the soil to thin. You place both hands on the stone. Its surface is cold but not lifeless. You feel the same faint hum rising through it, deeper and steadier than before. A disc of stone, a structure older than the valley, older even than the age of ash. Some ancient myths speak of a foundation stone beneath the world, a great disc carved before the cycles began, a marker, a memory, a witness. You walk along the rim until it disappears once more beneath the earth. But now you see the patterns everywhere, slight rises in the soil matching the arc's curvature, shallow lines trailing outward like spokes, a faint spiral depression near the center of the valley. This valley is not just a burial ground. It is not just a city. It is the surface of a much larger structure hidden beneath layers of time. You descend toward the valley's center. The ground grows warmer under your feet. The hum becomes more rhythmic. The air changes, subtle but unmistakable, like standing atop a slumbering giant. You reach the center. A circular depression lies before you, shallow, wide, almost perfectly round. The soil is looser here, as though it has been disturbed not by weather but by memory. You kneel, brush away the soil. Stone emerges again, a circle, perfectly carved, perfectly smooth. You place your palm flat on its surface. The hum deepens, not as vibration, as tone. As if something beneath the valley has been waiting for this touch, this moment, this pressure. You close your eyes, and the world shifts. Not violently, not suddenly, just a slow turning, like a wheel beginning to rotate after centuries of stillness. A whisper rises from the stone, not sound, not language, but sensation. You feel layers, so many layers, mud, ash, soil, stone, time. And beneath them all, a memory that does not belong to one civilization, or one cycle, or one age, but to the earth itself. Images drift into your mind, not clear, not sharp, as though seen through a river of time. A world before humans, a world before the mud. A world before fire. A world where the stone disc stood exposed to the open sky, gleaming under a sun that seemed larger, warmer, younger. Figures move around it, not threatening, not frantic, calm. Shape, indistinct. Presence, ancient. They place hands on the disc. The disc hums. The valley glows. The earth breathes. Then, the first cycle begins. Time turns. Land shifts. Mud rises. Cities are born. Cities are buried. Knowledge descends. Knowledge returns. The disc remains. You open your eyes. The hum fades to its steady, slow rhythm, present, patient, unchanged. You rise from the center of the disc and look around. The valley is quiet. The wind stirs faintly. The morning light deepens, stretching long shadows across the stone. You step back, and as you do, the ground ahead begins to change again. A shallow channel curves away from the disc, thin, delicate, carved into the soil like a riverbed that never carried water. It spirals outward, tracing a long, looping path across the valley floor. You follow it. The spiral winds gently, calmly, as though guiding your steps. Each twist and turn feels purposeful, not random, not eroded, but designed. The deeper you follow the spiral, the thinner the soil becomes. You begin to see long, thin cracks in the ground, straight, even, parallel. Cracks in the surface stone. The spiral is not a path, it is a lid covering something below. You stop, and slowly lower yourself to the ground. The crack nearest you is narrow, but deep. Stone edges disappear into darkness. You press your hand against the ground. Warm, warm and humming. Whatever lies beneath is not dead, not dry, not forgotten. You rise and follow the spiral outward until it meets a long, straight line in the earth, a deep groove running from the center of the valley toward a distant hill. You follow the line. The groove widens gradually, its edges smoother and more deliberate. You run your fingers along it. This is no erosion. This is a channel, a conduit, a mark of movement. The groove leads you to the base of the hill. Here, the earth bulges upward in a strange, symmetrical dome, larger than any you've seen, its slope smoother than the landscape around it. You climb carefully, the hum beneath the ground following you like a heartbeat you can't quite hear. When you reach the top, the world opens once more. The dome beneath you is hollow. A vast chamber lies below. You can feel the air shifting subtly, feel the emptiness, feel the breath of a world sealed for ages. You kneel at the hill's crest. The ground is warm. The soil is thin. The stone beneath is smooth. You brush away the soil. A symbol emerges, etched deeply, clearly, preserved as though carved yesterday. A circle, a spiral inside it, and at the spiral's center, a single point. The origin. Not of the valley, not of the city, not of the cycles. The origin of the world beneath. You place your palm on the symbol. The hum rises, softly, slowly, rhythmically, and beneath your hand you feel a chamber, massive, silent, intact, and inside it you sense something, not a structure, not a vault, not a memory, a presence older than resets, older than fire, older than mud, older than stone, something the world buried not to forget, but to protect. You stand slowly, breath steady. Sunlight spills across the dome, warming the soil. The valley behind you quiets. The land ahead opens into new shadows, and you begin walking toward them. You walk down from the dome slowly, as though descending from the top of something sacred. The morning light grows stronger now, but it still hangs quietly, diffused by thin mist drifting across the valley floor. The world feels suspended, not fully night, not fully day, but caught in a breath between. The soil beneath your feet is warm. The earth exhales faintly. The hum continues, softer now but steady, like the memory of a pulse beneath the world's skin. You reach the base of the dome and pause. Ahead, the landscape changes again. The valley you enter now is narrower, its walls rising gently on either side, like the ribs of a sleeping creature. The ground feels more textured, ridged in subtle patterns, carved by something older than water or time. You walk forward. The patterns sharpen subtly. Parallel lines, curving arcs, crossing paths. Not erosion, not wind. Marks. Marks left by something immense, something that once moved through this land, long before it hardened into the shape you walk now. As you kneel to touch the grooves, the soil gives way to smoother stone beneath. Your fingers find the track. Two long, shallow channels that run side by side, stretching far into the distance. You stand. Follow them. The tracks drift toward the narrowing valley, then curve subtly left, following the land's old slope. At first, they seem like the remnants of a forgotten road. But roads do not bend so gently. Roads do not carry this precision. Roads do not descend into valleys that predate the memory of cities. The tracks widen slightly as you follow them, then narrow, then widen again. A long, ancient pattern, repeating, repeating, repeating. Your breath slows. Memory stirs. This valley is not a road. It is a pathway carved by movement, slow, heavy, rhythmic movement. You continue. The tracks lead into a gorge, shallow and wide, its floor smoother than the surrounding land. The sunlight reaches it now, bathing the stone in pale gold. You kneel and touch the stone again. Cold, dense, unnaturally smooth. These tracks were not carved by carts or animals. They were carved by something heavier, something that pressed the earth with the weight of ages. You stand again, compelled forward by the silent invitation of the valley. At the far end of the gorge, the tracks stop abruptly, not eroded, not broken, simply ending at the foot of a cliff. The cliff rises tall and sheer, its face smooth except for a single vertical line running down the center. You approach slowly. The line is too straight to be a crack, too precise to be erosion. It is a seam. You place your hand against it. The stone is cool, still, silent. You step back. The seam rises from the ground to a height far above your head, forming a subtle crease in the cliffside. Its edges are softened by time, but the line itself remains unmistakable. A doorway. Buried. Sealed. Forgotten. Not meant to open. Not meant to be erased. Meant to endure. You run your fingers along the seam's edge. The stone vibrates faintly, a pulse synchronized with the hum beneath the valley. You lean closer, and for a moment, you feel warm air drifting from the crease, a breath from the other side. Not wind, not draft, breath. The earth shifts. A tremor moves through the ground, subtle, soft, like something turning in its sleep far below. The stones beneath your feet tremble, then grow still again. You take a slow step back. The seam does not open, it does not widen, but it speaks in silence. This doorway leads to something older than the vault, older than the city, older than the star map, older even than the ashes of forgotten ages. Something the earth has chosen not to reveal. Not yet. Not fully. You stand in front of the sealed passage, your breath settling into the hush of morning. The land around you begins to warm as sunlight spills across it. The mist thins. The valley brightens. But the doorway remains dark, a shadow that no sun can touch. You turn away slowly, letting its silence remain unbroken. Its presence moves with you, not as a weight, but as an echo. You follow the edge of the cliff. The ground rises, forming a long, sloping ridge that leads out of the narrow valley. You climb steadily, feeling the differences in the soil, thicker near the seam, thinner near the ridge, looser as you ascend. At the top, you stop. The world opens. Beyond the ridge lies a landscape unlike the others. Wide, open, quiet, untouched. No buried structures, no spirals in the soil, no ancient shapes pressing through the ground. Just rolling hills in soft morning light, grasses shimmering under the sun's first warmth. And yet, beneath the quiet beauty, beneath the stillness, beneath the fragile shell of the present, you feel it. The hum continues. Not strong, not loud, not immediate, but deep, steady, endless. You walk down the ridge into the open land. Birdsong begins around you, cautious at first, then fuller as the day brightens. The sky lightens into pale blue. A breeze moves softly across the grass. This place feels younger on the surface, alive, new. But the hum below tells a different story. You kneel in the grass and place your hand on the soil. Warm, soft, gentle. But beneath the thin top layer, you sense structure. Stone, depth, memory. This land too is built on forgotten worlds, but the layers lie deeper here, farther beneath the surface, untouched by erosion or chance. You rise again. Ahead, a thin line cuts across the horizon. Not a wall, not a ridge, not a shadow. A canal. Long, straight, impossible to be natural. It cuts across the land silently, like a scar from another age. You walk toward it. The canal's edges rise gradually until you reach its bank. It is empty now. No water, no life inside it. Only a long bed of smooth stone stretching far in both directions. You step into it. The stone floor is cool under your feet, colder than the morning air. Its surface is polished, its lines straight, its shape deliberate. This canal once carried water, not water from rain or mountain springs. Water directed, channeled, controlled. You walk along it. The canal widens slowly. Its sides curve outward into a broad basin, a reservoir, a lake, a controlled sea. but now it is dry. Its stone walls rise around you in perfect lines, forming a shape too large to imagine being carved by ancient hands, yet unmistakably the work of intelligent design. You climb one of the sloped walls and stand at the top. The reservoir stretches far across the landscape, a massive hollow the earth has not yet reclaimed. You look across it. Your breath stills. The far end of the basin holds a shape, large, rectangular, silent. Another building, not buried, not exposed, suspended, half emerged from the dried basin, its upper edge rising like a relic surfacing from a long dormant sea. You walk toward it. Your footsteps echo softly across the stone. The structure becomes clearer. A giant rectangular doorway sealed by thick stone slabs, their surfaces engraved with symbols similar to those on the star map. The doorway is enormous, tall enough for a structure of colossal scale, wide enough to accommodate something far larger than human passage. You place your hand on the stone. It is warm, breathing, waiting. This building was not buried, it was submerged. A monument built beside an ancient reservoir, preserved by water long before the mud ever rose. The sun climbs higher, the world brightens, and you understand. There is no beginning to this buried world, no single origin, no point where history starts. Only layers, cycles, ages rising and falling, memories sealed beneath deeper memories. And now, you are walking toward the deepest one. You breathe slowly, shift your weight, step back. The doorway does not open, but it does not need to. Its presence speaks for what lies behind it. You turn toward the open land again. The earth is alive beneath you, humming its endless cycle. And ahead, beyond the reservoir, beyond the canal, beyond the hills, another shadow waits, hidden in the brightening light. You begin walking toward it, soft, slow, steady. The cycle continues. You leave the empty reservoir behind you, its massive walls and sealed doorway fading slowly into the morning haze. The sunlight grows stronger now, stretching across the land in soft golden sheets, though the air still carries the coolness of night. You walk into the open field beyond, each step brushing through grasses that shimmer faintly in the rising light. The hum is quieter here, buried deeper beneath the surface. But it hasn't vanished. It simply sleeps under thicker layers of soil. As you continue, the land slopes downward into a wide, shallow valley. Not as structured as the buried city, not as geometric as the stone disk, not as ancient as the Ash Valley. This place feels transitional, a space between memories, a surface layer stretched across older worlds below. You walk through the valley, listening to the distant rustle of wind stirring through tall grass. The hum vibrates faintly beneath your feet, steady, patient, unchanged. It feels like the pulse of something larger than the land, something that has endured every reset the earth has ever known. Eventually, the ground begins to rise again. A gentle slope, soft soil, scattered stones half hidden in the dirt. You climb slowly, letting the land guide your steps. At the top, you pause. The horizon opens wide. Far ahead, the earth flattens again, not into a plain, but into a vast, circular plateau. Perfectly round, unnaturally smooth, its edges sharp against the morning light, a shape no natural erosion would ever create. You descend toward it, your breath soft in the cool air. The closer you get, the clearer it becomes. This plateau is not a hill. It is a structure, a circular platform of stone, barely covered by a thin veil of soil. You step onto its surface. The hum strengthens immediately, resonating through your legs like a subtle current. The stone is smooth beneath your feet, smoother than anything you've touched so far. Its texture fine, almost polished. It stretches outward in every direction, forming a perfect circle vast enough to hold thousands of people. You walk slowly toward its center. There is no visible carving on the surface, no lines, no markings, no symbols, just smooth stone. But when you reach the middle of the platform, something changes. A warmth rises through the ground, Soft, gradual, almost shy. You kneel. Place your palm flat against the stone. The warmth deepens. Not heat, just presence. A presence that feels awake, aware, waiting. You close your eyes, and the world shifts. Light flickers behind your eyelids. Not sunlight, not firelight. Something gentler, like the glow of memory. You see shapes drifting across the platform. Figures, tall, unclear, moving with slow, deliberate purpose, as though performing a ritual older than names. They gather in a circle, hands touching the stone, heads bowed. A humming rises, low, resonant, layered, a sound you recognize instantly because you've heard its echo all night beneath the earth. The platform glows faintly. The stone pulses. The land responds. You see the world shifting around them, sky dimming, earth trembling, horizons darkening, a reset beginning. The figures remain calm. They place their hands deeper into the stone. The platform pulses again. The earth breathes. Then the vision fades gently, like smoke drifting through morning air. You open your eyes. The stone beneath your palm cools again, its hum settling into the steady rhythm of the present. You stand slowly, letting the morning widen around you. This platform was not built for shelter, not built for gathering, not built for worship. It was built for transition, a place where an ancient people communed with the earth as it prepared to bury their age and bring forth the next. A place where resets were not feared, but understood, accepted, guided. You walk toward the far edge of the platform. The stone ends abruptly, giving way to soil once more. Beyond it, the earth rises into a gentle slope, leading upward toward a series of low hills. As you walk, the hum fades again. Not completely, just enough to remind you that this part of the land lies above deeper memories, layers buried so far below that even the cycles struggle to reach them. The hills ahead are small and scattered, ordinary at first glance. But as you draw closer, you notice something strange. Each hill has a slight dip in its center, a shallow bowl, a perfect depression. You walk up the first hill and look down. A circle, not carved, not constructed, formed by something beneath. You kneel, place your ear against the ground. Silence at first, then a faint, slow pulse, deeper than the hum, older, steadier. You touch the soil, warm, alive. This hill is a seal, not a roof like the domes, not a lid like the spiral valley. A seal, the earth's own way of protecting something below, closing it off with a layer of soil thick enough to hold back ages. You rise and move to the next hill. Another depression, another seal, then another, and another. A field of sealed chambers, hundreds of them, spreading across the land like the dimples of a quiet ocean. You walk between them slowly, reverently. Each one holds something. Not ruins, not halls, not chambers like before. These seals mark a deeper age, one hidden far beneath the layers of mud, beneath the layers of ash, beneath the buried cities and forgotten cycles. You stop at the largest hill. Its depression is deepest, almost resembling a crater. The soil here is darker, richer, as though nourished by something in the earth below. You kneel at the rim. Place your hand on the soil. Warm, warmer than any place you've touched tonight. And beneath the warmth, a faint vibration, slow, deliberate, almost like a heartbeat. Something beneath this seal is not merely preserved, it is sleeping. You close your eyes. For a moment, you feel the presence again, the same ancient presence you sensed beneath the great dome, beneath the spiraled valley, beneath the seam in the cliff. Older than mud, older than ash, older than stone, older than fire. A presence that watched cycles turn before humans walked the earth. A presence that did not vanish when ages reset. It waited. You open your eyes. The sun is rising fully now, glowing soft gold across the land. Birdsong fills the air. Grass sways. Light returns. But beneath the hills, beneath the seals, beneath the cycles, the ancient memory of the world breathes quietly, waiting for a time beyond time to wake again. You stand and look across the field of sealed hills. A quiet realization settles inside you. This is not the end of the buried world. It is only the beginning of its deepest layer. You breathe slowly, feeling the weight of the morning settle gently around you. Then you take another step, and another, and another, moving toward the next shadow rising faintly in the distance, where the earth's oldest memory waits beneath the warming light. You walk past the sealed hills, moving through the gentle morning light, as though passing from one dream into another. The sun is now fully above the horizon, but its warmth remains muted, softened by the thin veil of mist still clinging to the land. The air lingers in that strange state, where night has not entirely gone, and day has not fully arrived. The seals behind you fade into the distance, appearing like a field of soft, breathing earth, each hill rising and falling in the quiet rhythm of something sleeping beneath. You feel the hum beneath them grow fainter as you move away, though never disappearing. It becomes background, a distant heartbeat you carry with you. Ahead, the land flattens once more, stretching into a long, bare plain. No stones, no patterns, no spirals, just open space. But the openness feels too deliberate, too smooth, too even, as though an enormous hand once swept across the land, clearing it down to its foundation. You walk into the plain, listening to the sound of your footsteps in the grass. The soil is soft, gentle, almost freshly laid, despite its age. Halfway through the plain, something subtle shifts. The ground beneath your feet trembles. Not violently, not enough to alarm, just a faint ripple through the soil, like the world adjusting itself under your step. You stop and kneel. The soil is warmer here, warm in a way that feels internal, pulsing upward through the earth. You press your palm against it. The pulse strengthens, a slow, steady rhythm, deeper than anything you felt so far. Not a hum, not a vibration, a beat, a heartbeat. You stand slowly. The plain ahead ripples gently, as though breathing in the subtle breeze. Grass sways. Light reflects in soft waves across the surface. You walk forward. The ground begins to slope downward, almost imperceptibly at first, then more clearly. You descend into a shallow basin that stretches far wider than any valley you've seen tonight. The basin is enormous, a vast bowl carved into the earth, so wide that the horizon curves around you. You stop at its center. The air here feels heavier, denser, thicker with memory. You kneel and brush the soil away. At first, you uncover nothing but more soil, then a thin layer of pale dust. Not ash, not sand, something finer. You continue brushing until something hard touches your fingers. Stone. But not the polished stone of the star map, not the carved stone of the spirals, not the smooth stone of the vaults. This stone feels grainier, older, worn by forces no human civilization could have endured. You clear more soil, more stone emerges, a surface wide, flat, and subtly curved. You feel your breath slow as realization settles. This basin is not carved, not built, not shaped by ancient hands. This basin is the footprint of something far older. You rise and look around. The basin's shape, broad, shallow, perfectly circular, resembles nothing made by human or pre-human civilizations. This is older than cities, older than cycles, older than the mud, older than ash. You begin walking across the basin, following the faint curvature of the stone beneath the thin layer of soil. The curve continues, and continues, and continues. You stop again and kneel, brush the soil away. The stone beneath emerges once more, smooth where pressure has polished it, rough where time has worn it, curved enough to suggest something vast. And suddenly, as the light shifts across the ground, it becomes clear. This basin is not just a footprint, it is half of something, half of a sphere, half of a colossal dome, half of a shape pressed into the Earth's surface with unimaginable force. You stand slowly, breathing the cool morning air. This is not a ruin, not a structure, not a chamber. It is an impact, a memory carved by something so ancient, so powerful, that even the oldest cycles of mud and fire could not erase it. A memory of something falling, not from the sky, from above the sky. You walk again, circling the basin's center. As you do, you notice faint fissures in the soil, thin, branching cracks that radiate outward from the center of the basin like veins of light or lightning frozen in time. You kneel beside one and brush aside the earth. Beneath the fissure lies a layer of stone melted long ago, twisted, rippled, glazed smooth by unimaginable heat. You exhale slowly. This is an impact scar, but not like anything left by meteors or comets. Those strike with chaos, violence, shattered fragments. This scar is too perfect, too smooth, too symmetrical, a deliberate mark, a landing. You rise and step back, looking across the basin with new eyes. The sealed hills, the spiraled chambers, the star maps, the domes, the vaults, all built on a landscape shaped by something far older, an event before history, before cycles, before the earth learned its slow rhythm of burial and rebirth. You stand at the center of the basin and close your eyes. The hum rises softly beneath you, not from chambers, not from structures, from the earth itself, from something deep beneath the impact scar. You lower your hands to the soil, pressing gently as the hum shifts. A vision flickers, faint as a fading shadow, the sky glowing with a light older than fire, a shape descending slowly, a presence vast enough to dim the early sun. Not violent, not destructive, precise, intentional. It touches the earth. The valley trembles. The world changes shape. The vision fades. You open your eyes. The basin is quiet now, glowing gold under the rising sun. You kneel one more time and place your hands on the stone beneath the soil. The hum calms, settles, waits. You stand and turn toward the far side of the basin. There, at the basin's edge, you see something small, almost invisible against the stone. A crack, thin, vertical, too straight to be natural. You walk toward it. As you kneel, brushing away dust, the crack widens into a shallow groove. A symbol appears, faint, delicate, ancient beyond measure. A circle, split in half. A single line descending from the lower half. Descent from the heavens. You sit back on your heels, breath settling into the warm morning air. Something descended here long ago. Something older than the civilizations buried in the valley. Older than cycles of mud and ash. Older than known history. Something the world sealed itself after receiving. You rise slowly. The sun is higher now, casting long shadows across the basin. The land beyond rises into another slope, gentle, silent, leading toward a cluster of stones at the horizon. You begin walking toward them. Soft, slow, steady. Each step carrying you deeper into the Earth's most ancient dream. A dream older than civilizations, older than cycles, older than the world you know. A dream that waits to be remembered. You leave the great basin behind, its vast circular scar glowing under the soft morning light. The hum beneath it fades into a faint throb, like the last heartbeat of a dream retreating into memory. The land ahead stretches wide and empty, the kind of emptiness that feels deliberate, not accidental. The grasses bend gently in the breeze, brushing your ankles with whispers of a world that has forgotten itself. You walk toward the cluster of stones on the horizon. At a distance, They look like nothing more than boulders scattered by time. But the closer you draw, the more their shapes begin to align. Not random, not tumbled, not eroded by chaos. Placed. You reach the first stone. It is tall, nearly reaching your shoulder, and tapered toward the top. You place your palm on its surface. Cold, smooth, more polished than any stone left to weather for ages should be. You brush away a thin layer of dust. A carving emerges. So faint you almost miss it at first. A line curving downward, splitting into two. A fork. A choice. A divergence. You trace the symbol slowly. It hums under your touch. Not a vibration, not sound, but the echo of intention. You move to the next stone, then the next. The shapes become clearer, their arrangement no longer subtle. 12 stones, placed in an arc, facing inward, a semicircle. You stand inside it. The world falls quiet. The breeze stops. The air stills. The hum beneath the earth softens. This place feels held, like a breath waiting to be released. You look at the stones again. Each carries a different symbol, a spiral, a wave, a downward arc, a star, a double circle, a broken line, a straight line, a triangle, a loop, a dot inside a ring, a line descending through two circles, a rising curve. Together, they form a language you do not know, but somehow understand. These stones are not markers, they are sentinels, placed around the center of something sacred. You step deeper into the arc. At its heart lies a patch of ground slightly sunken, wide enough for a person to stand comfortably, deep enough to feel like a space intended rather than eroded. You kneel. The soil here is softer, cooler, finer. You brush your hand through it. Beneath the thin cover of earth, your fingertips graze something smooth. Stone. You clear a small patch to reveal its surface. Not carved, not polished, not marked. Plain, empty, waiting. A central stone, a still point. You place your palm flat on it. Nothing happens at first. No hum, no warmth, no echo, just silence. But as you keep your hand there, as your breath slows, as the morning quiet settles around you, something inside the silence shifts. Not in the stone, not in the earth, in you. A feeling of memory surfaces, not visual, not spoken, not even emotional, just the sensation of recognition, as though your body remembers a story your mind never learned. You stay there, hand on the stone, letting the recognition deepen. And as it does, something else emerges, a faint heat rising beneath the surface, soft as breath under a blanket of earth. You open your eyes. The cluster of stones seems to stand straighter. The air seems clearer, the morning quieter. You rise. The arc behind you remains silent, but its presence lingers, a subtle acknowledgement between you and the memory it guards. You turn toward the open landscape. Ahead, the ground dips again, softly, gently, as though carved by time's slow hand. You walk toward it. The dip becomes a channel, shallow at first, then noticeably deeper. Grass gives way to thin soil. The soil gives way to cracked earth. The cracks widen into long, thin fractures, spreading like veins toward a central point. A dry riverbed. But the river did not run with water. Its banks are too smooth, its curve too deliberate. You follow the riverbed as it winds through the plain. The earth grows darker, harder, polished in places by something heavy passing through long ago. You kneel and touch the stone, warm, not from the sun, from something deeper beneath the surface. You continue walking. The riverbed widens, its path grows straighter. Its floor flattens until it resembles a road, not one used by carts or people but by something far larger. Then, abruptly, the riverbed ends, not at a cliff, not at a hill, not at a wall, at a perfect circle, a circular pit, wide and deep, carved into the earth with precision so clean it defies natural explanation. You descend its slope carefully. The air grows cooler as you move downward. The hum of the earth softens into a single, low tone, steady as a bell that has rung for ages without pause. At the bottom you find it, a disc, not pressed into the soil like the one in the previous valley, not worn by time, not damaged, intact, smooth, unbroken. A flawless stone disc, 30 feet across, buried so that only its surface is visible. You kneel. The disc feels colder than anything you've touched tonight, colder than dawn air, colder than shadow, colder than time itself. And beneath the cold, you feel movement. Slow, subtle, careful, like the stirring of something vast beneath deep water. You keep your hand there. The movement continues. Not chaotic, not threatening, intentional. Then something else, a pulse. Not the hum of buried cities, not the vibration of ancient halls, not the slow breath of sealed chambers. A pulse that feels aware. The air around you stills, the valley quiets, your breath slows, you open your eyes, and you see it, the faintest shimmer across the surface of the disc. Not light reflecting, not dust, not imagination. A ripple, as if the stone were remembering something beneath it. You stand slowly and step back. The disc grows still again. The shimmer fades. The pulse softens. This place, this pit, this stone, is older than everything you've seen. Older than mud, older than ash, older than cycles, older than the world humans recorded. A relic from before resets began. A remnant of the age that descended here. An age the earth has been guarding, sleeping on, breathing above, waiting to remember. You climb out of the pit and stand at its rim. The sun now shines bright enough to warm your skin, though the valley beneath you still holds the coolness of ancient stone. You look ahead. The landscape flattens again, and beyond it, far in the distance, a dark shape rises from the earth. Tall, straight, impossible. A vertical line against the sky. Not a tower, not a monolith. Something else, something older. You take a breath and begin walking toward it. Soft, slow, steady. Carrying with you the hum of the buried world and the silent memory of the age before ages. You leave the stone disc behind you, climbing slowly out of the circular pit until you reach the upper edge again. The morning light falls softly across the land, but it doesn't feel like ordinary daylight. It feels muted, hesitant, as if the sun itself is unsure it should intrude on the place you're entering. The air is cooler here, thinner, not empty, just waiting. You walk across the open ground, heading toward the tall, impossible shape on the far horizon. At first it seemed small. Now, with each step, its scale grows clearer. It is enormous, much taller than the pillars, much taller than the towers buried beneath the mud, much taller than any structure the ancient city built before its burial. You keep walking. The earth becomes harder, packed tight as though compressed by ages of weight. The grass grows sparse, the soil darkens, turning from brown to grey to a faint metallic sheen. It reflects the sunlight weakly, like old stone worn smooth by countless forgotten storms. You kneel and touch the soil. Cold, dense, not earth, powdered stone. A layer of crushed debris. From what? Your hand lingers there for a moment, and beneath the layer of stone powder, a faint vibration rises. Slow, deep, steady. The same hum you felt all night, but older now, deeper, as if resonating from a layer of the world untouched by cycles. You stand and continue forward. The tall shape grows clearer. Not a structure built from blocks, not a formation carved by nature. A single piece of stone, a pillar rising from the earth, impossibly narrow, impossibly tall, impossibly straight. It rises so high you have to tilt your head back to see the top, and even then, the sunlight blinds you before you can trace its full height. But something else makes your breath catch. The pillar does not taper. It does not widen. It does not show seams. It is perfect as a line drawn between two worlds. You approach slowly. The ground near it flattens, forming a circular terrace carved into the earth. The shape too clean to be natural, too precise to be accidental. You step onto the terrace. The hum deepens. Not loud, not violent, just steady, like the breath of something that has waited longer than civilizations. You walk to the base of the pillar. It is smooth, polished, unblemished by time. You touch it with one fingertip. Cold, colder than any stone should be in morning light. So cold it feels like touching the memory of winter hidden beneath the world. You press your hand fully against it. Something inside the pillar responds. Not movement, not sound. A pulse, a single, gentle, deliberate pulse, traveling upward through the stone like a whisper awakening from sleep. You freeze, breath shallow, eyes wide. The pulse fades. You step back, slowly, carefully, and the world around you goes silent. The wind stops, birdsong disappears, grass stands still. Even the hum beneath your feet pauses, not ending, just holding, as if listening. You turn your head slightly, scanning the terrace. A faint engraving circles the base of the pillar, half buried beneath thin soil. You kneel, brush away the debris. Symbols emerge. Not spirals, not stars, not cycles. Lines. Long, vertical lines descending from a single point. Each line branching downward, splitting into smaller lines, like roots, like rivers, like threads of time. Branching from a single origin. You clear more soil. The symbol repeats itself around the base. Dozens of variations. Some branching more, some less, all reaching downward. The pillar is not simply a monument. It is a marker, a memory axis, a line that connects the present world to the deepest layer, the layer before mud, before ash, before cities, before cycles. You stand again. The pillar towers above you, its surface shining faintly in the growing sunlight. You step back farther. The terrace stretches wide and silent around it. Then, at the very edge of your hearing, something shifts. Not the pillar, not the ground, not the air. Something deeper, something beneath everything. A low, distant sound, not a hum, not a pulse, not a vibration. A murmur. The faintest suggestion of movement in the layer beneath all other layers. Not threatening, not awake. Just turning, slowly, patiently, as though it has noticed you. You stand perfectly still, breath soft, heart steady. The murmur fades. The hum returns. The wind stirs again. A bird calls in the distance. But the memory of that sound stays inside you. A sound that suggests something older than the cycles, older than the pillar, older than the stone disk, older than the buried worlds, older than time as humans understand it. You look once more at the pillar. Its shadow stretches across the terrace like an arrow pointing toward the horizon. You follow the shadow. It leads to a narrow path, barely visible, marked only by a slight thinning of the grass, as though countless feet have walked it across ages. You take your first step. The path slopes downward. The morning brightens. The hum deepens. The air grows cooler. The world feels thinner. As you follow the path into a long descent, you sense that the next shape on the horizon is not another ruin, not another seal, not another memory chamber. It is the threshold, the edge, the boundary, the final layer where the buried world begins to reveal its oldest truth. You walk toward it, soft, slow, steady, and the earth listens. You follow the pillar's shadow as it leads you down a long slope, the path narrowing into a ribbon of earth where grass thins and the soil darkens. The morning light spreads gently behind you, but ahead the world remains dim, as if the land itself is shielding the deeper layer from daylight. Your footsteps fall softly. The hum beneath the ground grows slower, deeper, almost thoughtful. The air cools further, carrying a faint metallic scent that seems to rise from the soil itself. The path descends into a shallow valley. Not a true valley, no steep sides, no sharp edges, just a long depression where the land dips into a smooth, continuous curve. You enter the curve and immediately feel it. A weight. Not on your shoulders, not in your chest, but in the air. A weight of age, a weight of memory. a weight of something vast lying beneath. You stop, look around. The valley floor is barren. No grass, no stones, no scattered clay. Just smooth, dark earth, untouched, uniform, perfect. You kneel and touch the soil. It gives slightly beneath your fingers, soft but dense, warm but not from the sun. The warmth rises in slow pulses, like breath from a sleeping giant. You press deeper. Stone, not rough, not broken, not fractured. Smooth. A slab of stone lies beneath the thin soil. Wide, unbroken, flat enough to stretch across the entire valley. You brush away the loose earth in a small circle. The stone shines beneath it, dark, polished, reflective in a way stone should not be unless shaped by intention. You stand slowly. This entire valley is the top of something. A roof, a lid, a surface covering a chamber so vast the earth built an entire landscape on top of it. You continue forward. The smooth soil thins as you walk, revealing more stone beneath. Here, the surface is warmer, the hum louder. A gentle vibration runs through the soles of your feet, steady as a heartbeat. You stop at the center of the valley. The soil is almost gone. Only a fine layer of dust covers the stone now. You kneel, brush the dust away. A symbol appears, a circle. Large, perfect, carved so deeply the edges are still crisp. Inside the circle, a downward spiral. Not sharp, soft, wide. A spiral with no end. You sit back on your heels. Your breath slows. This is the oldest symbol of all. Older than the spirals carved into the city. Older than the seals on the hills. Older than the star map on the plain. Older than the dome. Older than the pillar. The spiral of descent, not into the earth, into time. You stand slowly and step back. The valley around you seems unchanged. Quiet. Still. Anonymous. But beneath the stone something shifts. A tiny tremor. A faint exhalation. A soft release of warmth. Like something beneath the valley has stirred. You walk toward the far end of the depression. There, the land begins to rise again, but not naturally. The slope is too even, too smooth, too deliberate. At the crest of the slope, the stone beneath the surface appears again. You kneel, brush away the dust. Another circle. Not large this time. Small, perfect, with a dot carved at its center. The origin point. You rise and follow the circle's alignment. It points toward a long ridge in the distance, a dark line against the brightening sky. You walk toward it. The ground beneath your feet changes, the soft soil giving way to harder earth, the hum growing faint, the air warming once more. By the time you reach the ridge, the sun is fully above the horizon. Birdsong returns. Wind stirs the grass. The world brightens. But the ridge itself does not reflect the light. It stands dark, unwavering, as if carved from a different age entirely. You climb. The slope is not steep, but the ground grows firmer as you ascend, as though the ridge resists erosion, resisting time itself. At the top, you pause. The ridge extends far in both directions. Long, straight, too precise to be natural. The stone beneath your feet is smooth and hard. You kneel and brush aside dirt. Beneath the layer of soil, a line of stone emerges. Tall, wide, completely straight. A wall. But not like the circular wall around the buried city. Not like the broken wall in the Ash Valley. This wall is older, much older. So old its edges are nearly worn into the earth's memory. So old the soil itself clings to it like a second skin. You stand. Look along its length. It stretches farther than your eye can follow. A boundary carved not for defense, not for shelter, but for marking something beneath it. You walk beside it. The hum beneath the ground grows faint again. Not silent, only distant, as though the wall marks the boundary between deeper memory and the surface world. Then suddenly, at a point where soil has eroded more than elsewhere, you see something unusual. A smaller stone embedded in the wall. Rectangular, perfectly fitted, carved with a single symbol, a circle within a square. the oldest sign of containment. You kneel, brushing away dirt until the stone's edges emerge. The symbol is deeper than the surrounding carvings, sharper, as though cut by a tool that understood time differently. You stand and look beyond the wall. The land drops into another valley, a deeper one, a darker one. The valley seems untouched, empty, plain, but the hum beneath your feet shifts again, stronger, colder, closer. You take a step toward the valley, then another. The hum rises, the air thins, the sunlight dulls. This is not another city, not another chamber, not another structure shaped by human or pre-human hands. This valley marks the threshold, the edge of the deepest layer, the entrance to the memory beneath the cycles, the memory the earth has buried beneath everything else. You walk toward it, soft, slow, steady. The world around you holds its breath. And at the bottom of the valley, half hidden beneath shadow, you see something waiting. Not a building, not a stone, not a seal. A void. A vast, silent, impossible emptiness, cut into the earth like a wound or a doorway. You step closer. The air cools, and the hum beneath your feet becomes clear. It is not sound. It is not vibration. It is not pressure. It is calling. You move toward the void at the base of the valley, the strange, dark shape pressed into the earth like a shadow cast by something no longer present. The morning light reaches everywhere except there. The darkness holds steady, stubborn against the sun, as if daylight cannot command its surface. As you draw closer, the air cools again. Not sharply, gradually. Like stepping into a deeper memory the world keeps hidden even from itself. The void is massive, not a cave, not a trench, not the entrance to a buried chamber. A depression, perfectly smooth, perfectly silent, as if something once occupied this space. Something vast, deliberate, ancient, and then departed, leaving behind only the outline of its presence. You stand at its edge. The soil here is different, paler, finer, softer, like dust from something that disintegrated ages ago. You kneel and let the soil fall through your fingers. It dissolves like snow, cool, weightless, ancient. You hold a handful up to the morning light. It glitters faintly, as if flecked with tiny fragments of something crystalline. You let it fall slowly, watching it drift downward with an unnatural softness. Nothing in nature leaves behind soil like this. Not water, not fire, not time. This is residue, the fine remains of something the earth sheltered for ages and then released. You rise and step into the depression. The air thickens around you, still, unmoving, as though the void retains not only the shape, but the presence of what once filled it. You walk slowly across the smooth basin. Your footsteps make no sound. The ground absorbs everything: weight, pressure, noise, warmth, like a memory swallowing what does not belong. Halfway across you stop. Something beneath the surface stirs. Not a tremor, not vibration, a feeling. You kneel and place your hand on the ground. Cold, deep cold. The cold of something stored away since before cycles began. A pulse rises from beneath the stone, soft, slow, deliberate, not in rhythm with the buried cities, not in sync with the spirals, not aligned with any hum you felt before. This pulse beats older, much older, older than mud, older than ash, older than the first stone tools, older than the cycles recorded in spirals. It pulses once, then again. A heartbeat so slow it feels like listening to the breathing of a sleeping mountain. You close your eyes, the pulse deepens, and the world around you fades, not away, but inward, as if the landscape is folding into the memory beneath it. A vision rises, not a clear one, not an image, but a feeling, a presence descending, slowly, calmly, from the sky before the sky looked as it does now. Not fire, not light, not metal, something else, something smooth and silent, shaped with a precision that defies the memory of human hands. It rests here, in this exact depression, not for hours, not for years, for ages, an age before cycles, before resets, before the world wore its current face. It hums through the land. It speaks to the stone. It changes the earth without hurting it, a gentle shaping of the world's earliest memory. Then one day, the presence rises, slowly, with purpose, returning to the sky, leaving behind the faint residue that has sifted through your fingers. The vision dissolves like mist. You open your eyes. The void is silent once more. The pulse fades beneath the world's surface, but its memory lingers. You rise and walk to the center of the depression. The soil here is darkest, almost black, and when you touch it, hand comes away cool and dry, like touching powdered stone kept away from air for too long. You kneel again, scoop up a second handful. It feels weightless. You let it drift. As it falls, the soil forms faint shapes, not random, not chaotic, but patterns. Circular, curved, soft spirals shifting in the air before collapsing into the ground. The residue remembers. You rise and step toward the far edge of the depression. There, half buried beneath a thin layer of dust, something catches the morning light. A faint glint. You crouch and brush away the soil. A stone, small, perfectly round, unnaturally smooth. You lift it carefully. The sphere fits perfectly in your palm. Cold, heavier than it looks. Its surface etched with a single line circling around it like the equator of an ancient world. A boundary, a marker, a sign. You turn it slowly in your hand. As it catches the light, the line shimmers, just slightly, as though responding to the morning sun. You hold the sphere to your ear. Silence. You press it against your palm. A faint warmth, soft as breath, brief as memory. The sphere carries a residue of what once rested here, a fragment of the presence that descended before ages began. You stand with it in your hand. The depression stretches behind you like a cradle. The sphere rests in your palm like a heartbeat that forgot itself. And the horizon ahead opens into a new shape, a long ridge marked by a jagged outline, as though something tore through the earth long ago. You pocket the sphere gently. It settles against your hand like it belongs there, like a piece of memory you were meant to carry. And you begin walking toward the ridge, soft, slow, steady, as the hum beneath the land grows deeper, and the world whispers that the next layer lies just beyond the shadowed rise. You walk toward the jagged ridge ahead, the small stone sphere warm in your pocket, as if it has begun to recognize the heat of your hand. The ridge rises gently at first, then sharply, its outline uneven against the morning light, like a scar across the landscape, carved not by erosion but by an event the earth has carried for ages. The ground beneath your feet changes again. The soft soil fades. The powdered stone thins. The earth becomes firmer, denser, as though you are stepping onto the hardened edge of something ancient. The hum grows deeper, lower, slower, almost difficult to detect, as if the vibrations reach you from a depth no chamber or city could ever reach. You approach the base of the ridge. Up close, the jagged outlines sharpen. The stone here is exposed, dark, fractured, layered in thin plates that peel slightly at their edges. You place your hand on one of the exposed plates. Warm, not from sunlight. The warmth comes from within. This is no ordinary bedrock. This is stone altered by something immense, heated, compressed, transformed. Stone so old it no longer resembles its original form. You climb carefully. The ridge is steep but not dangerous. It slopes upward in long, uneven tiers, each layer of stone jutting out slightly, creating steps shaped by ancient force. Halfway up, the hum beneath the earth shifts. A deeper tone, a slower rhythm, a quiet, patient pulse. It resonates through your bones, not loud, not alarming, just present, as though the earth is acknowledging your ascent. You reach the ridge's crest. The view freezes your breath. On the far side of the ridge, the land drops sharply into a vast fracture, A canyon carved with such precision, it looks as though the earth split open in a single moment, not slowly over time. The canyon floor is smooth, too smooth. Its walls rise straight for several meters before curving inward. The sunlight enters it only from above, making the interior glow faintly. You descend carefully, following a natural slope that threads along the canyon's edge. The air cools as you enter. The silence deepens. The hum rises faintly again, soft, steady, ancient. Inside the canyon, you feel as though you've stepped into a chamber, the earth itself created, to remember something it once witnessed. You walk along the canyon floor. The stone beneath your feet is smooth and polished, not like sand-scraped smoothness, not like river-worn smoothness. This has the quality of stone molded by unimaginable heat, then cooled under gentle pressure. Stone, shaped by something deliberate. You kneel and run your hand across it. It is cool but not cold. Dense but not rigid. Almost like touching the surface of something sleeping. You rise and continue forward. The canyon narrows. The walls begin to close inward, arching toward each other. The light dims, becoming soft and silvered. You hear nothing but your own breath. Even the wind refuses to enter this place. At the canyon's narrowest point, the walls nearly touch overhead. A thin ribbon of light streams in from the slit above, illuminating a small circular shape on the ground. You approach it. A disc. Not stone, not metal. Something between. The disc is embedded in the canyon floor, perfectly flush with the surface, smooth as glass, dark as shadow. You kneel. Your reflection appears faintly on its surface, soft, blurred, distorted, as though the material remembers shapes differently. You place your fingertips on it. A shock of cold flows through you. Not painful, not harsh, just sudden, cold, like touching time itself. You keep your hand there. Then, the disc pulses. A single, soft beat. You freeze. Another pulse. Softer this time, almost shy. You close your eyes, and in the darkness behind your eyelids something awakens. Not a vision, not a memory, a feeling of immense age, of something that predates continents, predates cycles, predates even the ancient presence that descended in the basin. A layer of the earth untouched by everything you've seen. A layer that does not belong to the world you know. The pulses slow, fade, settle. You open your eyes. The disc remains still, dark, silent. You stand and continue walking. Beyond the disc, the canyon widens again, opening into a vast, oval-shaped chamber formed by the land itself. Smooth, silent, perfectly symmetrical. In the center of the chamber stands a circle of stones, taller than the cairn markers, thinner than the valley sentinels, positioned with impossible precision. Each stone tilts slightly inward, forming a shape like a giant stone ring leaning over something unseen. You step into the circle. The hum returns, not from the ground, not from the air, but from the stones themselves. A low resonance, a harmonic tone, like 12 ancient voices humming in absolute unison. You stand still. The humming grows softer, then softer still, then stops entirely. Silence. You lift the sphere from your pocket. The moment the sphere touches open air inside the ring, the stones respond. Softly, calmly. Their surface is warm. The air thickens. The world grows still again. You hold the sphere in both hands. Nothing moves. Nothing hums. Nothing shines. But the silence feels deeper. A silence filled with attention. You take one step toward the center of the stone ring. The sphere warms. You kneel. Place the sphere gently on the ground. The earth trembles. So slightly you question whether you imagined it. Then something extraordinary happens. The sphere rolls. Slowly, deliberately, toward a point between two leaning stones. Not random, not drifting. Drawn. It stops at their base. You crawl toward it, breath quiet. Beneath the sphere, almost invisible in the dust, you see something carved into the canyon floor. A small circle, a dot at its center. The same symbol from the valley, the origin point. You lift the sphere again, turn it in your hand. The carved line around its equator shimmers, a faint, almost imperceptible glint. You place the sphere on the symbol. This time, the hum does not rise, the stones do not warm, the earth does not tremble. Instead, you feel a shift inside yourself, a settling, a recognition, a calm that descends through your body like cool water. The ring of stones seems to fade into the background. The canyon grows quieter. Even the hum of the buried world dims. For the first time tonight, you feel the presence not beneath the earth, but above it. High, vast, silent, as if something ancient, something older than cycles and resets and buried cities and descending presences, is watching. Not judging, not warning, just witnessing. You lift the sphere one last time. Its surface glows faintly in your palm. Not light, not heat, but memory. You pocket it carefully, rise slowly, and turn toward the far end of the canyon, where the walls open into a gentle slope leading upward. You begin to climb. Soft, slow, steady, with the weight of ages beneath you and the awareness of something older above you guiding you toward the last, deepest truth waiting beyond the ridge. You climb the gentle slope at the far end of the canyon, each step slow and deliberate, as though the land beneath your feet needs time to adjust to your presence. The light changes as you ascend. The sun is bright now, but the canyon walls behind you hold their dimness, resisting daylight the way an old memory resists waking. The path winds upward in a curve that feels too natural to be carved, yet too perfect to be accidental. The stone beneath the soil shifts in shallow ridges, ancient formations shaped by forces the world no longer remembers. You place your hand on the slope as you climb, warm, alive, breathing. The presence beneath the earth has not followed you, but it is aware. You reach the top of the slope, the world opens again. A long plateau stretches before you, flat, wide, silent. The ground is darker here, as if touched by fire long extinguished. Faint ripples run across the surface, the shadows of shapes buried far beneath. You walk across the plateau. Each step feels heavier, the air denser. Wind brushes past you once, soft, almost apologetic, and then disappears entirely. You kneel and touch the soil. It is warm again, not uniformly. In pulses, soft, slow pulses rising through the earth like echoes from a depth no human language can reach. You continue walking until something breaks the perfect flatness of the land. A line, long, straight, barely visible beneath the thin layer of dust. You kneel and brush the dust aside. A stone edge emerges, sharp, straight, perfect. You trace it with your fingers. The edge continues in both directions, forming a line that cuts the plateau cleanly in half. You stand and follow the line. It leads to a break, a narrow crack in the earth, too straight to be natural. The crack widens, deepens, forms a thin, dark trench that stretches into the distance. You stand at its edge and look down. Inside lies a staircase, stone steps descending into the earth, narrow, steep, perfectly preserved. The hum grows louder here, the slow pulse more distinct. You cannot tell whether the staircase leads to a chamber, a tunnel, or something deeper. You touch the first step, cold. You descend. The light fades with every step. The air cools further. A faint metallic scent rises, sharp, ancient, unmistakable. Halfway down you pause. You hear something. Not a hum, not a pulse. A whisper, soft, wordless, like the breath of wind moving through a sealed room. You continue downward until the staircase ends. You stand in a long corridor. The ceiling arches overhead, supported by smooth, unbroken walls. The stone is darker than the plateau stone, shiny in some places, matte in others, as though shaped by more than one age. You place your hand on the wall. It vibrates, a deep, distant resonance, like a memory held tightly in stone waiting to be spoken. You breathe slowly, letting the stillness settle. Then you continue walking. The corridor widens gradually. The hum deepens. The whispers grow more distinct. Not voices, not language, just the echo of something vast shifting in its rest. Soon the corridor opens into a chamber. You stop at the threshold. Breath stills. The chamber is enormous, not carved, not built, grown, as though the earth opened itself here long ago, forming a hollow to cradle something precious. The ceiling curves so high it vanishes into darkness. The walls shimmer faintly, as if coated in a thin layer of forgotten minerals. The floor is smooth enough to reflect the faint light entering from the stairwell behind you. In the center of the chamber lies a shape, huge, silent, symmetrical, half buried in the floor, half exposed to the dim light. You approach slowly. The shape grows clearer. Not a dome, not a monolith, not a tomb, a sphere, an enormous polished sphere, so perfectly smooth it reflects the chamber walls like a dark, unmoving moon. You stop a few steps away. Your breath becomes shallow. The pulse beneath the earth aligns with your heartbeat. The air thickens around you, like a held breath waiting to be released. You kneel and place your hand on the sphere. Cold, then warm, then neither. The sphere's surface shifts in temperature, like something adjusting to your touch. Not reacting, recognizing. A soft vibration rises into your palm. You close your eyes. Something meets you there. Not a vision, not a memory, a presence. Older than the valley, older than the star map, older than the sealed hills, older than the descending presence in the basin, older even than the impact that shaped the deepest layer. Something that was here before cycles, before resets, before continents, before time wore its current face. A presence the earth did not bury. It sheltered, kept, guarded, waited for. You feel it like a tide of quiet understanding. Not words, not images, just knowing. This sphere is not an object. It is not a machine. It is not a relic of ancient hands. It is a memory, a seed, a witness older than all life on the surface. It has watched ages rise and fall, watched cycles bury and unbury, watched civilizations learn and forget, watched the world breathe through mud, ash, stone, and fire. You open your eyes. The sphere stands silent, but the memory of its presence lingers in your chest, soft, slow, enduring. You stand. There is no door, no symbol, no writing, no instruction. The chamber needs none. It has shown you the deepest truth the earth carries. The buried world is not just a forgotten civilization, not just a cycle repeated across time, not just a memory sealed beneath layers of soil. It is a conversation between the earth and something older than the earth. A dialogue carried through stone, through resets, through ages of silence. You step back from the sphere. The hum softens. The chamber breathes again. Your heartbeat returns to its natural pace. You turn toward the corridor. Walk back through the arching passage. Climb the staircase slowly. Emerge into the light. The plateau feels different now. Lighter, quieter, almost relieved. You stand at the top of the ridge. Behind you lies the oldest memory of the world. Ahead, the land spreads into the brightening morning, and far in the distance, beyond the hills, beyond the plains, beyond the spirals and domes, you see a final shape. Small, solitary, emerging from a gentle rise, a stone doorway, standing alone in the sunlight, without walls, without chambers, without anything behind it. A threshold waiting. You begin walking toward it. Soft, slow, steady, carrying the memory of the sphere, the hum of buried ages, and the quiet sense that the last truth waits just beyond that solitary door. You walk toward the solitary stone doorway, standing on the distant rise. From afar, it looked almost delicate, a thin shape outlined against the brightening morning. But the closer you get, the more its presence expands, not in size, in weight, in silence, in meaning. The land around it holds no structures, no ruins, no foundations, no buried outlines of forgotten worlds, just a smooth sheet of earth, unbroken and gently rising like a tide. You ascend the slope. The earth grows firmer under your feet, as though you're stepping onto ground that remembers being shaped. The hum beneath you fades to almost nothing, a faint trace felt more in your bones than in your ears. You reach the top of the rise. The doorway stands alone, a single arch of dark stone, tall enough to walk through, wide enough to frame a person with ease. Both sides are identical, no wall, no chamber, no supporting structure. Just the doorway, placed as though marking the boundary of an invisible threshold. You walk around it. Nothing changes. It is open on all sides, a portal without a destination, yet it feels impossibly deliberate. You approach the front of it. The stone is unlike the monoliths of the valley or the sphere beneath the canyon. Its surface is smoother, almost soft to the touch, dark but not black, cold but not lifeless. You place your palm against it. A faint vibration, not a hum, not a pulse, just the impression of something behind the stone or beyond it. You run your fingers along the sides. The stone is carved with thin, shallow lines, so fine you almost miss them. Not spirals, not symbols, not cycles. Lines that trace a shape like an hourglass. Two curves narrowing toward a single point, then widening again. You step back. The doorway frames the landscape behind it. From this angle, the morning light paints the distant hills in muted gold. Grass sways gently. The sky is pale blue. Everything looks peaceful. But the doorway does not frame the land as it appears. It frames the land as it once was. Only you don't see it with your eyes. You feel it. A strange sensation washes over you. The sense that you're standing in two moments at once. The present, with its soft grasses and brightening sky, and something much older, layered like a thin membrane over the world. You step closer. The air within the doorway looks no different from the air outside it. Yet something inside you hesitates. Not fear, not caution. A quiet recognition, as if this threshold is not meant to be crossed lightly. You take a slow breath. Step through. The world does not change. The sky remains blue. The grass remains soft. Your feet touch the same soil. But your senses shift. Everything becomes quieter, sharper, more defined. You hear the distant hum beneath the earth, so faint you could have mistaken it for silence before. You feel a subtle warmth in the wind, a faint vibration in the ground beneath your feet, a quiet curvature in the air, as though the world itself bends slightly around this place. You turn. The doorway behind you looks the same, still simple, still silent, still unmoving. But you feel different, not changed, aligned, as though stepping through the threshold drew your senses into focus with what lies beneath the earth. You walk a few paces beyond the doorway. The land feels softer now, more responsive, almost as if each blade of grass recognizes your presence. In the distance, the plain stretches outward, but something in its shape shifts as you stare. A line you hadn't seen before, then another, then a faint curve, barely visible, almost imaginary, but unmistakably intentional. You walk toward it. The shape becomes clearer, a shallow depression forming a gentle arc. You kneel and touch the soil, warmer, lighter, fine grains sliding easily through your fingers. You brush more soil away. Stone appears, smooth, pale, curved. Another circle. But unlike the circles before, this one is incomplete, not broken, not eroded, interrupted, as though someone began to carve it, then stopped. You stand and follow the curve. The circle runs for several meters, then vanishes beneath a rise in the ground. You walk further. Another arc emerges, not connected to the first. A different shape entirely. A broader curve. A deeper groove. You kneel again, touch the earth. Cold, dense, heavy. You brush away the soil. Stone again. But this stone is darker, smoother, almost reflective. You rise and step back. The landscape around you is now a patchwork of faint shapes, partial circles, incomplete lines, suggestions of something vast just beneath the surface. You continue walking until the patterns converge. At the center of the plain, a shallow, almost invisible depression spans dozens of meters. It feels familiar. You kneel and brush the soil away. Stone. A slab larger than any you've seen. Smooth, dark, silent. You run your hand across it, then freeze. The stone is warm. Not warm like sunlight. Warm like breath. You stand, look across the slab. Faint engravings appear, not carved in lines, but revealed in how the morning light moves across the surface. A spiral, a circle, a line, but not like the spirals of the valley, not like the cycles of the riverbed, not like the symbols on the cairns. These markings are older, geometric, precise, mathematical in a way that feels beyond human eras. And in the center, the faintest impression of a symbol, two curves narrowing toward a single point, the same shape carved into the sides of the doorway, an hourglass, but not representing time, representing flow, above, below, meeting in the middle. You kneel and place your hand at the center of the slab. The ground beneath you hums, not loud, not rising, just steady, a hum that feels like a thread connecting the deepest layer below you with something far above. You close your eyes, and for the briefest moment, you sense everything. The buried city, the sealed hills, the stone disk, the impact basin, the canyon, the sphere, the pillar, the void, all part of a single pattern, a single memory, a single shape the earth has held across resets. Not a civilization, not even a species, a presence that arrived long before the first cycle, a presence the earth recognized, sheltered, mimicked, echoed in stone, preserved in silence. You open your eyes. The slab beneath your hand grows still. The hum fades, but the memory lingers like a soft warmth in your chest. You rise slowly, breath calm. A soft breeze moves across the plain now, as though the world has exhaled gently. You turn back toward the doorway. Only this time, it looks different. Not changed in shape, not changed in size, but it stands against the landscape as though marking not just a location, but a final transition. The threshold between everything buried and everything the surface remembers. You take one last breath of the morning air, then begin walking toward it. Soft, slow, steady, carrying the memory of everything beneath the earth toward the final step, waiting on the far side of the threshold. You walk back toward the solitary doorway, the air warming gently around you as the sun climbs higher. Yet, despite the daylight, the doorway keeps its quiet shadow, as though it belongs to no hour the sky can measure. The sphere in your pocket feels heavier now, not burdened, anchored, aligned with something in the land beneath your feet. You reach the doorway. Standing before it again, the structure feels different. Before, it was simply a threshold. Now it feels like a hinge between two states of awareness, between the world above and the world below, between memory and recognition. You place your hand on the side of the frame. The stone vibrates faintly beneath your palm. You step through once more. This time, the shift is immediate. Your breath changes pace. The world sharpens. The air around you feels suspended, not frozen, not still, but balanced, as though time itself has softened its pace here. You move forward. The land in front of you is the same plain you crossed earlier, but something lies beneath it, closer now, closer than before, a breath beneath the soil, a warmth rising in the wind, a pulse moving quietly through the earth. You walk toward a small rise ahead, barely noticeable at first, just a gentle swell in the land. But as you ascend it, the ground becomes lighter, the soil thinner, the hum clearer. You stop at the crest. Below you stretches another valley, but this one is different. Shallow, wide, symmetrical, too perfect to be natural, too subtle to be built by hands. The valley is a shape, not carved into the land, but lifted from it. A bowl, a cradle, a hollow meant to hold something vast. You descend slowly. As you walk into the center of the valley, the hum beneath your feet grows steady again. Not louder, not stronger, just more present. The air cools, not from shade, but from depth, as though the earth beneath you lies open, waiting. At the center of the valley lies a depression, barely visible, a shallow ring, a soft circle pressed into the soil. You kneel, brush away dust. Stone appears beneath your fingers. But this stone is unlike the others. Not polished, not smooth, not etched, porous, almost organic, like the shell of something once alive. You touch it, warm. The warmth spreads slowly through your hand, your arm, your chest. Not heat, not danger, recognition. You close your eyes. The hum beneath the earth synchronizes with your breathing. Your heartbeat slows, your thoughts quiet. And then something rises through the silence. A picture, not quite visual, not quite felt, somewhere between memory and dream. You see the valley as it was long before the cycles, lush, green, alive. No cities, no domes, no spirals, no structures at all. But in the center of the valley lay something immense, a shape like a seed, a shape like an egg, smooth on the surface, softly luminous, resting in the cradle carved specifically for it. You feel it, not with sight, with knowing. The ancient presence did not merely descend to the earth. It planted something the earth accepted, sheltered, shaped itself around, held through resets of mud, resets of fire, resets of silence. A presence older than stars, older than the planet itself, older than the memory of matter. Your breath deepens. The vision dissolves gently. You open your eyes. The valley is quiet again. You brush more soil from the surface. The stone beneath becomes clearer. A curve, a line, a faint ridge. You widen the cleared area. A pattern emerges. Two long, curved lines meeting in a soft point. The hourglass shape again. But this time, you understand. It is not a symbol. It is not a marking. It is anatomy. The valley cradle is the shell of something ancient. So ancient the earth grew around it. So ancient it shaped the cycles themselves. You stand slowly, look across the valley. The gentle curves of the land form an unmistakable outline once you've seen it. A massive, sleeping shape beneath the soil. Not alive, not dead, resting, waiting. The cycles of mud did not bury it. The cycles of fire did not destroy it. The resets did not erase it. Everything you've seen has been arranged around this form. Cities, spirals, vaults, domes, stone maps, pillars, canyons, spheres. All of them orbiting this shape like planets around a star. The presence you felt in the canyon, the hum in the stone disk, the pulse in the depression, the warmth beneath the seals. All of it is the echo of this being's existence. You take a slow breath, then descend further into the valley's hollow, until you stand at what must be the center of the ancient shape's chest, the place where a heart might once have been. The ground here is warmest. Your hand sinks slightly when you kneel, not into soil, but into dust so fine it feels like breath. You place your palm on the ground. The hum deepens, not in the earth, in you. You feel it, the connection threading upward from the deepest layer, through the cycles, through the presence, through the earth, through time, through your hand. You close your eyes, and the pulse rises, soft, slow, older than anything that has touched the earth, older than the earth itself. It does not awaken, it remembers. You remain there for a long time, hand on the surface of a memory that predates all memories, breath aligned with the hum of something sleeping beneath the world. When you finally open your eyes, the sky has brightened, the wind has returned, and the valley feels calm, as though your presence has been acknowledged. You stand slowly, carrying the pulse in your chest. The land ahead slopes upward again, leading toward another rise, a final hill silhouetted against the late morning sun. You walk toward it. Soft, slow, steady, with the sense that once you cross that last rise, you will understand why the earth has shown you all of this, and what the buried world has been preparing you to see. You climb toward the final hill, the valley of the ancient shape resting behind you, like a sleeping giant beneath layers of soil and time. The land feels calmer now, not because the depth of memory has lessened, but because something in the earth has settled around you, as though accepting your presence after the long descent. The wind moves differently here, not stronger, not colder, just more purposeful, as if it carries the faint trace of a direction. You follow it. The slope rises gently, its surface smooth and unbroken, as though untouched by the resets that shaped the rest of the land. The ground beneath your feet vibrates so softly now that you almost feel it more through intuition than sensation. A fading heartbeat, a lingering breath, the last echo of a presence drawing back into its age-old silence. Halfway up, you pause. Turning slightly, you look back at the valley where the outline of the ancient being lies hidden beneath the earth. From up here, the shape is unmistakable, a colossal curve of land, a subtle downturn, a perfect symmetry disguised as geology. You exhale. Everything you've walked through, the spirals, the domes, the star maps, the vaults, the sealed hills, the ancient sphere, the basin of descent, they all align around that being. Not worship, not fear, recognition. The people of the buried ages did not try to uncover it. They tried to preserve the world around it, to remember its presence, to honor the silence it required. You turn and continue toward the crest of the hill. The ground feels lighter now, almost hollow beneath the soil, as though this rise was formed less by stone and more by the shaping of time itself. At the top, you stop. The world ahead opens into a vast horizon, bathed in sunlight. Grasses wave in soft currents, shadows drift, birds arc gently across the sky. It is peaceful, normal. But beneath the ordinary beauty lies something deeper. The same quiet hum, the same ancient warmth, woven into the land like a forgotten melody the earth refuses to let go. You stand at the crest, letting the breeze carry across your face. And then you see it, the last shape. Small, simple, almost unremarkable. A single stone, flat, round, barely rising above the grass. You walk toward it. With every step, the ground grows warmer again. Not enough to alarm, just enough to remind you that the surface world is only the thinnest layer of the truth you've walked through. You kneel beside the stone, brush away the grass. The edges emerge, smooth, deliberate, unbroken. A marker. But not like the cairns, not like the spirals, not like the symbols carved into pillars or domes. This marker is blank, not because time erased it, because nothing was carved on it in the first place. You place your hand on the stone. A final warmth rises through your palm, so gentle you almost miss it. A warmth that feels less like greeting and more like farewell. You close your eyes. The hum beneath the earth grows softer, drifting outward, dispersing across the land like a mist in morning light. It is a release, a settling, a closing of a chapter that began before the world's first civilizations. When you open your eyes again, the land feels still, not silent, not dead, complete. You rise slowly. The horizon spreads before you, open, bright, gentle. But you sense one more truth left to understand. The final step. You begin walking toward the far side of the hill, where the land descends into light, ready for the last chapter, the soft, quiet conclusion to the ancient story the earth has been whispering all night. You walk down the far side of the hill with the same slowness the earth has taught you, soft step after soft step, feeling the land beneath you shift from ancient warmth to the gentler breath of the present. The grass brushes your ankles. The air lightens. The hum beneath your feet fades into a distant memory. The world looks ordinary here. Sunlit, quiet, at peace. But now you see the truth hidden in that ordinariness. The surface world is not separate from the buried one. It sits upon it, grows from it, carries its pulse in every hill and valley, every breeze and river, every shadow cast across open fields. The ancient presence beneath the earth never ruled this world, never demanded temples or worship, never imposed itself on the living. It simply was. A witness, a memory. A seed carried beneath the cycles of mud, cycles of ash, cycles of stone. Preserved by time, cradled by the earth, held in silence until the world was quiet enough to hear it again. You reach the base of the hill. The land levels out. The grass softens under your feet. The warmth in the soil dissipates entirely. For a moment you stop. Behind you lies the memory of ages, the buried city with its spirals and domes, the star map etched into ancient plains, the canyon where the sphere hummed in the dark, the sealed hills breathing through thin soil, the impact basin from a descent older than history, the void that held the residue of a presence long departed, the valley cradle where the ancient being sleeps beneath the earth. Ahead of you lies the ordinary world. Roads, rivers, forests, sunrise, morning air. You stand between them, not separating them, connecting them. You begin walking again, moving toward the open land, feeling the shift not in the wind or the soil, but in yourself. You carry the hum now, faint, steady, permanent, a quiet memory of the buried world threading itself into your pulse. As you continue forward, the landscape changes in subtle ways you would have never noticed before. A gentle dip in the earth reminds you of a sealed chamber. A curve in a hill echoes the shape of the ancient basin. A pattern of stones along a ridge mirrors the cairns aligned to forgotten symbols. The wind passing your ear carries a faint tone that feels like the whisper of the canyon stones vibrating in the dark. None of it is new. You are simply seeing it with the memory of the ancient world awake inside you. You reach a flat, open field where the light falls evenly across the land. The wind moves softly. Birds call. Grass sways. You stop, close your eyes, and listen. The earth is quiet now. Not silent, just no longer speaking. Because it has said everything it meant to say. The hum is gone. The pulses have quieted. The warmth beneath the soil has faded. The story has returned to rest. You open your eyes. The world looks the same as it did before your journey began. But now you recognize the immense truth beneath its surface. Civilizations come and go. Ages rise and fall. Resets bury and rebuild. Memory is covered and uncovered. Stone breaks and is reborn. Stars realign. Cycles turn. Yet beneath all of it, beneath mud, beneath ash, beneath ancient foundations, the earth holds a single continuous thread, awareness. The quiet persistence of something older than time, older than life, older than the world itself. A presence that does not demand belief, does not require reverence, does not shape destiny. It simply waits and remembers. You take a final breath of morning air. Light fills the field. Shadows shorten. The world brightens. And as you turn to leave, you feel the faintest echo of the hum settling into your heartbeat. A reminder that the deepest stories are not buried to be found. They are buried to endure. You walk toward the horizon. Soft, slow, steady. The ancient earth behind you rests in silence, and ahead, the surface world opens, quietly carrying everything below it.